Good morning, everyone. Apologies for the delay. It's been a slight IT issue. I'll say it now and maybe say it later as well. So if people can introduce themselves when they speak, as the IT issue that is outstanding at the moment is that we've only got one camera working, which is the camera that's pointing this way. So when you speak, the camera won't be on you. Everyone will hear you, including streaming. I mean, people on their computers not here, but they won't be able to see you at the moment anyway. So it's useful if you just say who you are. So, good morning, as I said. My name is Councillor Smart and I'm the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place starting at 10:10 on 10th of January 24. Other members of this committee, I'll let them introduce themselves from this side.
Councillor Naomi Bennett, Abbey Ward.
Councillor Dave Bajan from the Labour Party representing Romsey Ward.
Katie Thornborough for Petersfield Ward.
Councillor Katie Porrer, Market Ward.
Sam Carling from West Chesterton.
David Levine from Trumpington Ward.
Thank you. And the officers permanently disabled for this meeting are area team leader Michael Hammond, Keith, Barbara Legal, and then on this side we've got committee manager James Goddard and producer Chris Connor. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. Copies of the agenda can be found on the seats to the right of the dais. This is the dais, and that's the right over there, just in case no one understands that. Copies are also available on the City Council's website under committee meetings, minutes and agendas. Please try and refer to specific page numbers within the agenda if you're referring to a specific paragraph or plan. Also useful to give the item number. Can I remind all of those present of the importance of using microphones at all times when speaking? Please speak close to and clearly into the microphone. Please ensure you're switched off or silenced any other devices you have so that they do not interrupt proceedings. When you're invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on. When you finish addressing the meeting, please turn off your microphone immediately. Speak slowly and clearly, and please do not talk over or interrupt anyone. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 45-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. So just to be clear, we recently increased that break from 30 minutes because it wasn't long enough to have a break, so we're 45 minutes now. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up. That's normal, but not today because we haven't got a camera working. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to an FOI or DPA request. That's a Freedom of Information or Data Protection Act request. Make sure that your device is fully charged and you switch your microphone off unless you're invited to speak. Please use a headset if available when speaking and hold the microphone close to your mouth. Could public speakers turn their cameras off until we come to the application we have registered you to speak about? If a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation and respond to questions. Excuse me. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I've advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. The Council has a convention for major planning applications known as the Adjourned Decision Protocol. Where there is a majority of resolution that is minded to make the decision contrary to the officer's recommendation, the decision to determine the application will then be adjourned, and the officers will prepare a further report which will come back to a future meeting of this committee. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. So, any apologies? I think Councillor Dryden's giving apologies. We're all here otherwise, aren't we? So it's just Councillor Dryden, and we don't have a replacement for him. So moving on to agenda item 3, any declarations of interest? Councillor Bajan.
Chair, yes, member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign, and as a member for Romsey, I will not be taking part in the second item on our agenda because it's specific about Mill Road, and I want to speak from a less neutral position. So I will not be taking part in that part of the, but actually speaking from over there.
So just for clarity, Councillor, you're not speaking because you're not voting on the item because you wish to speak on the item. It's not because you're a Romsey councillor. Can you just clarify that? Because you said both things.
I will leave the committee for that.
Okay, thank you. Any more declarations of interest? Nope. Okay, agenda item 4, minutes. So I've got minutes of the meeting of 6th of December. Can I sign this as a true record? Thumbs up, yes. Thank you. Thanks, James. So the first item is item 5, land south of Wilberforce Road. Charlotte is the case officer. Charlotte, I believe you're online. Hello, yes, good morning, Charlotte. Hello.
Morning. Morning, Chair.
So, speakers list, what have we got? So we've got the agent, Robert, to speak, and that's all. So, Robert, are you in the room, or are you on? You're here, yeah, okay, fine. You have a seat there if you want at the back by the public speaker thing. Make sure I presume Robert's microphone is switched on, ready to go, yeah, okay. So we'll come to you later, Robert, after the presentation. Right, so Charlotte, when you're ready then, can you introduce the item, please?
Thank you, Chair. Can you just confirm you can hear me properly and see my screen and the pointer?
Yes, both, thanks.
Okay, that's great. So this is an application for a Section 73 application for minor amendments to a previously approved scheme for the demolition of existing buildings and erection of college accommodation, new access and landscaping. The amendments include alterations to blocks E and F, changes to the trees, landscaping and the refuse store details. It is in front of members today as the application is a major and there are third-party representations that are contrary to officer recommendation. This is an amendment to application reference 21/02052/FUL, which was considered and approved by members of the Planning Committee on the 2nd of February 2022. So just to go over the amendments and some points of clarification as per the amendment sheets, paragraph 8.11 refers to section 72. For clarity, this should read section 72 of the Planning Listed Building Conservation Area Act 1990. Drawings, the planting plan in the south and the planting schedule have been replaced. This change was to remove the loss of trees which are no longer part of the application. It doesn't change kind of the scheme at all. That's in front of you today. It's just a case of making the plans consistent. Condition 25 and the plan list have been changed accordingly to include these drawings. And just to clarify that a Section 106 agreement is linked to the parent permission. The amendments would not result in a change in this agreement, and the obligations of this deed shall also apply to the new planning permission unless the deed is varied or replaced. So For the location, the application site is located to the south of Wilberforce Road at the junction with Adams Road. The site abuts the car park, which serves the university sports ground. And to the northeast, it adjoins the rear gardens of numbers 9 and 10 Adams Road. To the south and southeast of the site is Herschel Road and the Clare Hall West Court buildings. The site is predominantly undeveloped scrubland. In terms of constraints, the southern and eastern part of the site fall within the West Cambridge Conservation Area, as shown in the orange colour here, and the site abuts the Cambridge Greenbelt, which is green. The site lies within flood zone 1, which is low risk. However, the land to the south east of the site are within flood zones 2 and 3 due to Binbrook. There are several trees within the site. Those within the conservation area have statutory protection. Outside the sites, shown by these pink trees, these are all protected. So just to go over the summary of the proposed amendments. So there's alterations to blocks E and F, including the widening of the gabled chimneys, increase in the roof ridge, eaves and chimney heights. This refers to changing condition 2. There's updates to the approved tree documents to include the impacts on the retrained trees, including the removal of additional trees. These relate to conditions 18, 19 and 20. And there's updates to the approved landscaping strategy to mitigate the impacts of the changes to the trees. This is condition 26. And then there's the submission of the details of the Northern standalone bin store, which relates to condition 40. So taking each amendment in turn. So these are the changes to blocks E and F. E and F are located centrally within the site, shown here. So these just showing the alterations to the height. So they're including raising of the eaves by 0.1 meters, the raising of the ridge by 0.175 meters, and the raising of the chimney. This is just a section showing the same changes. And then in addition, the outer gable end chimneys are being increased in width. And then this is just the other elevation. So moving on to the changes to the trees, including tree removal and pruning. So this side is showing what was approved in the original planning application, and this is the proposed in terms of the tree removal plan. So the changes include portion of G1 here and T25 and 26 to be removed and replaced to facilitate the lowering of levels, to remove a raised bund between the site boundary and the top of the retaining wall to be constructed, and also removal of T12 and T13 due to low quality and exposed location, which are considered poorly suited to long-term retention due to the increased site use. These would be replaced. Looking at the south of the site, here one apple tree would be felled due to its unsuitable proximity and relationship to the footpath and new underground services affecting the root protection area. This is to be replaced. And then 4 orchard apple trees to have crown reduction to the location of the extent of the required scaffolding. The volume is limited to lateral branches only. These are just some photos submitted by the applicant of the trees to be removed or pruned. So over here we have T25 and T26. And this is the portion of G1 to be felled. And this side we have T12 and T13, these two on the side here. So this is showing the trees to be pruned. So the yellow line is saying how far they'll be pruned back to. And this is the apple tree to be felled. So the changes to the approved landscaping scheme to show the replacement planting to replace the trees being lost as part of this application. This is the approved plan, which was approved under this reference, Cond H. As you can see here, the changes in the northern section, these are T12 and T13 to be removed, and these 2 trees to be replaced. This is the eastern section, again showing the apple tree to be removed and one of the replacement trees here. Looking at the southern section, it's just showing this is the same one that's shown on the eastern plan and an additional new tree here. And looking at the west side, this is G1 to be removed and T25 and T26 with the green being the new planting. So moving on to the bin store details. So the details of the bin and garden store, which are located to the north of the site, would have a width of 9.1 metres and a maximum depth of 4.2 metres. It would be timber clad with a maximum height of 2.55 metres. To clarify the material considerations, design, layout, scale and landscaping and impact on heritage assets. Officers consider the alterations to Block C and F would have a limited impact on the character and appearance of the area and impact on the heritage assets. The bin store is considered to have an acceptable visual impact. The tree officer has no objection to the loss of the trees, these have been justified, and the tree officer and landscape officer have no objection to the replacement planting. In addition, it's considered the amendments would not have further impact on residential amenity, the scheme that has already been approved. This is just going through the summary of the condition changes. Firstly, the numbering has been changed for all of them, as condition number 1 of the original permission is no longer required, as this was for the time limit and work has started. So in terms of condition 2, the wording would stay the same, whether the plan list has been updated. Condition 18, which is the tree removal compliance, the document which the condition ensures compliance has been altered to the document submitted as part of this application. In terms of condition 19, which is the arboricultural method statement and tree protection plan, these details were approved under Con D, and under this application it's been updated. Officers recommend approval of the document, and so the condition has been changed to a compliance condition listed here. Condition 20 was the arboricultural meetings, which was discharged under Con B. Since then, a second meeting has taken place, so this is now changed to a compliance condition to both meetings, which took place in February 2022 and March 2023. Condition 26 was the landscaping. This was discharged under Cond H, and some of the approved details are amended under the current application. The condition has been reworded to a compliance with all the relevant documents, including the ones submitted as part of this application, this group here, and the ones which haven't been changed but were previously approved under Cond H, which is listed here. Just to point out, this shows the change that's happened to condition 25 with the amended plans. So it's these two here. And then finally, condition 40, the design is hereby recommended for approval, and as such will be listed as an approved plan. Therefore, condition 40 can now fall away. So to summarise, the offer recommendation is for approval, subject to conditions, including the rewording of condition 25 as highlighted, and the section 106 attached to the original permission. Just to clarify, we do have our trees officer, Joanna Davies, on the call for any questions that the members might have for further help with the technical details. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. So, Robert, you've got 3 minutes to address the committee. Half a minute before the end, the bell will go to let you know you're coming to the end. So, when you're ready.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Good morning. This application is to amend an existing planning permission for student accommodation that's currently under construction. As the case officer has helpfully explained, it has 3 elements. Firstly, a slight increase in height of 2 of the 8 blocks on the site. Secondly, secondly, the removal of 5 trees and the replacement by 8 trees. And thirdly, details of a bin store. The minor increase in height is in order to meet passive house standards. So as part of the detailed design process, the build-up of the roof is increased in order to achieve the necessary thermal performance, and that results in a small increase of 17.5 centimetres to the ridge height, which is 1.8% of the total height, and the eaves have increased by 10 centimetres and the chimney by 13 centimetres. These 2 blocks are actually the smallest blocks on the site, and the site slopes gently downwards, and they are at the bottom of that slope. So they will still be less tall than the surrounding blocks, notwithstanding that small increase in height. In terms of trees, there are sort of 3 groups of trees. First of all, there will be 2 poor quality C-grade trees at the entrance of the site, which will be removed and replaced by 3 trees. And the aim of that is simply to improve the landscape near the entrance to the site. 2 trees and part of a hedge will be removed on the western boundary. And that's because the landscaping previously came up and abutted the edge of the building. But in order to achieve passive house standards, we have to pull it away from the building and then retain it. And that means that those 2 trees can no longer survive. So we are replacing those with 4 trees and a new hedge. And then there is 1 tree on the edge of the orchard. So in the middle of the site, there was a large orchard that's been retained. And the topographical survey at the outset, incorrectly located this site. So when we came on site to set everything out, it turned out that the tree was in the wrong place, rather the survey got it wrong. And so therefore there are some services running through the root protection area. So therefore we're going to remove that tree and replace it with a new apple tree to complement the orchard. So there are no trees being removed simply for building convenience. They're all specific reasons. The bin store is more of a procedural matter, in that there was a condition requiring details of the bins, but the bins are actually all integral to the buildings, apart from 1, and we've provided details of that bin store. So I hope you can see that the changes are all quite straightforward, and we respectfully request that planning permission is granted. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Robert. Give your microphone's off, isn't it? Well done. Okay, so over to members for questions. Charlotte, you said we've got Joanna, tree officer, here, haven't we? So she's online. So, Joanna, do you mind if I just get Joanna to say her piece first before we get going? Because what normally happens is we ask some questions about trees and then Joanna comes on and says it anyway. So we might as well get that done first, I think, and then we all know where we are with the trees, and then we can have questions to you or Joanna afterwards. Is that okay? Yeah. So Joanna.
That's fine by me, Chair.
Yeah, do you want to? I can see in the report what you said, Joanna. We can all see that, but just if you can sum up the situation with trees, and we'll probably talk about trees first, I think, and then go on to other matters after that. So, Joanna, good morning. Hello.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Yes, the most significant removals relate to the west boundary, where excavation of the existing bank is required in order to achieve the passive house, because there needs to be a gap, as I understand it, between the edge of the building and the existing soil. So there needs to be a gap. So there therefore must be a retaining structure that would result in damage, significant damage to tree roots, not allowing the healthy retention of trees, and creating a potential health and safety risk. Notwithstanding that would be the most significant impact visually, it is in a secluded location. Therefore, there would be no material impact in terms of visual amenity externally from a public location. The 2 trees, I think it's fairly clear from the photographs, close to the entranceway have declined significantly since the original survey was carried out, and therefore removal and replacement is simply good arboricultural practice. And the removal of the apple tree to the south of the block is also something that would go largely unnoticed. And with the replacement planting is more to maintain canopy cover on the site rather than any specific public amenity contribution. So the proposed removals are considered not to have a material impact on the character and appearance of the area in the long term, because any permission is subject to replacement planting, which will help bolster the boundary and mitigate the loss of canopy cover as you're looking into the site from Wilberforce Road. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna. That's very useful. Thank you. So if you don't mind then, members, we'll have questions on trees first, if that's all right. And then we'll go to everything else after that, because I think all the other things are fairly, there are other issues, but possibly smaller in, we'll see how we go. So trees, anyone? Councillor Thornborough.
Well, mine's about the loss of biodiversity through the removal of trees. There's nothing in the report about net biodiversity gain, and I'm concerned that removing 5 mature trees and adding 8 immature trees is a substantial loss of biodiversity, and we now have net biodiversity gain as there's a requirement for applications. 10% net biodiversity gain has come into force, and there's no comment about this. And while I'm talking about net BNG, the roofs of the shed, the store, I believe we have a green roof policy, and that should have been picked up there. That's my comment. Thanks.
Right, yeah, you stretched the trees a bit to green roofs there, but fair enough. Yeah, Councillor Pora.
Thank you very much. I do share some of the concerns from Councillor Thornborough just about, obviously we are replacing the trees, and I appreciate the applicant making the case for why each individual tree is being moved. And I do have some sympathy. Passive house is quite a new technology, so I appreciate that possibly when these plans were drawn up, it wasn't realised that the trees were too close. So again, I'd appreciate the tree officer and planning officer's comment on whether semi-mature trees are enough to replace. Particularly, I think it was T25 and 26 in the photos. They're quite substantial specimens. So it'd be useful to know kind of how old they were and how much more lifespan they would have had if they weren't taken down, because I know that does affect how we value our trees. I'd also just be grateful if the planning officer could just talk about the hedge removal, because I understand from the photo it said the hedge removal is sort of temporary to build. Is it being replaced in the same place or somewhere else? And again, it's about the value of an old hedge versus a new hedge. So I think that would be useful. And just one last question. I think they mentioned pruning a couple of the apple trees for the scaffolding. I'm assuming that is a one-off, i.e. they'll be pruned once to allow the scaffolding and then they'll be allowed to go back to full growth. But again, if Joanna could confirm that, that would be great. Thank you.
Any more on this? Yes, Councillor Bennett.
I share the concerns of Councillors Thornborough and Porra, but I just wanted to add one small information request, which is the age of the replacement trees. I assume that they will be 5 years old, but I'd quite like to have that confirmed.
Thanks. Okay. So looks like the applicant hasn't really taken proper account of trees on site and has made mistakes along the way. So that's disappointing, in my opinion. And there is this question about what replaces what. I'm not clear myself on, not on this application. I mean, generally, how many young trees replace an old tree? I know that there are different approaches to that, but in general, in common sense terms, an older tree needs a lot more younger trees to replace it in terms of its carbon contribution to the world. And if we take down an old tree, it's not going to be doing its job as a tree on the planet, and it can't be replaced by one little young tree, especially if that young tree dies due to lack of water, as has happened on the A14. So, yes, Councillor Thornborough is right about the 10% biodiversity net gain. That's a requirement, and that needs to be answered. And also well, you've got the questions, I guess. So let's go to Charlotte first, as the case officer is in charge here. You answer questions, Charlotte, please. And if you need to defer to Joanna, let's do that. So it's up to you to do that, Charlotte.
Thanks, Chair. So in terms of the green roof, condition 41 of the original planning permission, which has been carried over, I think it will be now 39, states that the flat roofs hereby approved shall be green or brown in perpetuity unless otherwise agreed in the local planning authority. So that should cover that the flat roof on the bin store would need to be green or brown. Apologies, it was not mentioned in the report. In terms of loss of biodiversity, I can't comment on kind of the difference between older trees and newer trees, but just to point out that the original permission, it was made in 2022, so it did not have a biodiversity net gain condition attached. We did not require that. So it would be difficult to kind of enforce it now on this application. And I believe all the other questions were a lot more specific to trees in terms of how old they were. And Councillor Porra brought up hedge removal. Was that in group 1? The question about hedge removal?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And I now can't remember the question. I've just written down hedge removal.
Put the
Sorry,
question
I was
again,
doing
Councillor
I was doing
Porra.
fine.
Charlotte, just to confirm, I was asking, G1 hedge is being removed and it's implied replaced. I was just trying to work out if it was being removed permanently and replaced somewhere else, or being removed to allow some building work and then being put back. And then obviously asking Joanna about the value of that.
I don't believe it's being kind of moved and replaced. I think replaced might have been the wrong word used. And the planting plans show that they're putting some kind of woodland seeds and additional habitat planting there, as well as those additional trees. And then, yeah, I'll pass all the rest of the questions, I believe, were kind of specifically to trees, to Joanna. If not, please come back to me if I've missed anything.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you, Chair. So with regards to G1, T24 and 25, T24 and 25 are sort of middle-aged category C trees of not particularly great quality. Their removal and replacement would not have a significant impact on the overall quality of the site's tree stock. We're not looking at the sort of short-term removal of high-value trees. We're looking at the short-term removal of moderate to low quality trees, and then with replacement trees that could grow to be very high valuable trees. So therefore the long-term contribution is therefore maintained. With regards to the hedgerow element of it, there is a mix of whip plantings, a young hedgerow planting. So the hedgerow is proposed to be retained. So the character of that boundary will be retained with dense planting, and that will be in the form of standard trees plus additional smaller whip planting, which will then form the hedge. And then there is understory planting as well, which is in line with the overall landscape strategy. So again, what we will be looking at a short-term loss of biodiversity in a very small area, but there is still substantial hedge planting around the entirety of that west boundary, and that planting goes down into the southern part of the site where you've got a much more biodiverse and rich area, and that's not broken up. So there is certainly opportunity for any very localized flora fauna to move within the site and benefit from other areas of the site that are not impacted. As Charlotte said, there wasn't a BNG requirement, so that hasn't been carried out. So I can't give any sort of detailed numbers, but from an experience basis, the short-term removal in this area would have no significant impact on the biodiversity on site. Because of the replacement planting, that long-term biodiversity will be regained. I'm not sure, Councillor Bennett, I'm afraid, what the age of the replacement trees are. There's a mix in size of tree, and some of those will be young, as with the hedge, because with hedgerow planting, it is much better to put smaller plants in. They're more successful, and it's then easier to get the height of the hedge that you want and manage the hedge that you want, but then have standard trees. I understand that the standard trees will be larger and they will be standard, heavy standard trees. So it won't be like for like planting, but it won't be long before the trees do make a meaningful impact within that area. There are other trees on either side of the group that will also benefit to a certain extent from the removal. So those trees will grow into the space to a certain extent, narrowing the gap at the edge at the western end of that block. With regards to replacement planting, Councillor Smart, you mentioned, replacements don't always succeed. Absolutely, that is always a concern. But the replacement planting conditions do include replacement of failed replacement trees, and that ends up being a sort of knock-on. So if a tree fails within 5 years, it needs to be replaced. If it then fails within 5 years, it needs to be replaced. So we do have the ability to keep enforcing the replacement of trees if they're not maintained properly and they're not looked after. Replacement planting conditions made. I think that's it. I think that's all the questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joanna. Anything else, Charlotte, or should I go back to members?
Nothing further to add from me. Just let me know if I've missed anything. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so members, I can see Councillor Thornborough wants to speak. Yeah, okay, hands up, right, okay. So just on this biodiversity net gain thing, so these are words that mean nothing to most people, I expect. So it's just for everyone's understanding, it's just about ending up with a bit more in terms of trees and hedges and things than was there in the first place. That's probably the sum of it, biodiversity net gain. And it is the case that we do have a requirement recently enacted that there needs to be 10% net gain, but this application is previously approved, and this so-called Section 73, which is a technical term for changes to a previously approved application, does mean that 10% doesn't apply in this case. I think that's correct. Can I just check with you on that, Michael?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to add to that, in this case, it's because the permission has been implemented. So they've started works on site. So you'll note that the original time limit condition, for example, isn't on this decision notice, this recommended decision notice, because they've started works. So the fallback position is they've got permission, they've commenced it. So our view is that it wouldn't be reasonable to add a biodiversity net gain condition in this case.
Right, thanks for that. Councillor Thornborough.
Well, I noticed the apple tree, which was fairly close to a path. I don't know, it was quite a substantial tree. And fruit trees generally are something like 20% more biodiverse than a non-fruit tree. So I don't understand why we're proposing to take out a significant apple tree and not adjust the design of the path. And it may be that the current legislation does not apply to this application that we're faced here, but I would suggest that that on the trees that are being removed, we should consider the biodiversity within those trees and actually ensure that we're not losing biodiversity, even if we can't ask for a 10% gain. And also, passive house standards are not new. They've been around for well over a decade, and the initial design should have taken into account all aspects of passive house design. And I think it's poor that the positions of the trees weren't considered regarding the construction method and detailing that was needed, including the height. It's very regrettable that this has come in as a result of the passive house detailing that's required. But I feel really strongly that the biodiversity provided within the trees, the current trees, should be retained. And there is a lot of landscape and space on this site, and it would not be difficult for that to be achieved. And I feel very strongly that that should be achieved, at least keeping the existing biodiversity of the 5 trees that are proposed to be removed, or modify some of the details to retain the trees. Thank you.
Okay, right, thanks very much for that. More questions before we go back to officers. Councillor Pora.
Thank you. I understand the officer's argument that we can't retrospectively impose biodiversity net gain, but this is a new application for this particular bit. So surely, can we not at least ensure in the conditions that there is a 10% gain in this application, i.e. the trees that are removed are replaced with at least as much? I mean, the implication is they probably are already, but I appreciate we can't do it for the whole site, but surely this is, as Councillor Thorne said, this is predicated on taking out some more trees, and this legislation is now in place. And so I would like that. I would also like to ask the officer if he would accept an amendment to the 5-year lifespan of the tree to 10, which I know we've done quite routinely on some other applications, because I think that would also offer me some reassurance if I were to consider voting for this, that those trees would be protected in perpetuity. Another thing we've raised before, I think Councillor Thornbury and I have picked up, where we are putting trees near buildings, we need to make sure there's root protection in place. Again, I appreciate that maybe shutting the stable door a little late for some of the other blocks, but certainly for these trees, I'd be interested in the officers and Keith's decision whether we could add a condition about making sure that in 10 years we don't have root issues, meaning we're getting the trees taken out. I think there's just one other question I had, was just to confirm that the pruning of some of the trees was one-off, and that once the scaffolding was down, they wouldn't be pruned again. So I don't know if Joanna or Charlotte could confirm that. But I think my request is 10-year protection on that condition, something about root protection for these trees, and I would like to see a 10% biodiversity net gain on these particular, the issues raised in this application at least, because I think for me I would need that reassurance to be able to be confident that this was maintaining the site. Thank you.
Yep. Any more? Yes, Councillor Bennett.
I share the concerns of Councillors Thornbury and Pora, and if we can't get a condition on this part of the site, I'd like to see at least an informative on this aspect. I also wanted to raise one of the other functions of trees, considering Mr. Bin Brook. I'm sure I'm not the only councillor who's received emails from residents about, Bin Brook's flooding potential that we've seen elsewhere in the city recently. Given the importance of trees in terms of managing sort of water and flood prevention, I'd like to hear from the tree officer as to the impact of the replacement of these mature trees with immature trees on the flood defences, and whether further young trees would be needed to balance. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll have to wrap up this tree part of the discussion soon, I think. So we'll go back to officers and then come back if there's any final questions. So just before I do that and go back to Charlotte, so I can see there's been a request about 10% biodiversity net gain as an informative. I think although one member has also spoken in terms of that being a requirement as a condition, though that contradicts what Michael has already said. But do you want to say something else?
So what I was saying is not retrospectively imposing a 10% biodiversity net gain on the whole site, but saying that these particular issues in this section 73, when the replacement planting should demonstrate the 10%, because I think that would be reasonable, because this is a new application, although it is amending a parent one. So I'd be grateful for their views on that.
So as I understand it, that's still contradicting what the officers have said. Maybe I should just immediately go back to the officers just to have clarity on that.
Thank you, Chair. I'll jump in here. We were just looking at condition number 32 in the list is for a landscape and ecological management plan. We are wondering whether it may be perhaps acceptable to add a criteria I to where it's got the A to H about seeking to replace the biodiversity lost on those specific trees mentioned, rather than explicitly a 10% biodiversity net gain, because we're just worried that we're getting into potential legal issues if we impose that. But it would be rewording it, adding a criteria I into condition number 32, and then possibly adding an informative to explain why that is. That would be our suggestion as it stands at the moment.
So before we go on, let's just bottom that out then. So just to be clear, councillors, conditions have to be reasonable. And it sounds to me like that's a reasonable compromise. Is that acceptable, Councillor Pora?
It's better than nothing. I think my main concern is when these conditions are checked later, it may not be Joanna, it may be someone else looking at it. I want them to be clear that that was our intention. If you're absolutely sure we can't do the 10% just for this new bit, then yes, I would accept that, preferably with some kind of informative to note the importance of biodiversity net gain. And yeah, thank you, Chair.
I mean, I think we can also add an informative for 10% biodiversity net gain. I don't see that's been a problem. It's not a condition. It may not be totally, I'm looking at officers here, the right thing to do, but members often do slightly wrong things. I don't see that a problem. And the applicant's agent is here, so he's listening to all this and hopefully taking it on board. Councillor Thornborough.
Yeah, biodiversity net gains requires a 30-year maintenance of that improved biodiversity. And, not 5 years, 30 years. But I don't understand I'd like to know what the wording is for, proposed wording for this I. And also I'd like to know that the green roof on the store is not noted in the drawings, although it's proposed that that store is signed off, even though we were told that condition 9 means it should have a green roof. So I'd like to know how that's going to be dealt with as well. Thank you.
All right, well, Michael can look at the thing, just the first thing, and then the second thing, green roof. I think Charlotte said it was a green or brown roof, but Charlotte can come back to us on that. And I was in the middle of just saying a couple of things. I'll just finish off that before we go back to Charlotte. So just to say the idea of increasing the requirement for looking after the trees from 5 to 10 years is interesting in the sense that we have a policy of 5 years. If we always increase it to 10 years in every item, we might as well have a different policy. So it doesn't make sense to have a policy but then never use it, to use a different policy that we make up every time. But I'm in your hands, councillors, if you all agree that it should be 10 years, then that's where we'll go on that, I guess. And finally, I had one point, I had a similar point to Councillor Thornborough on the apple tree. So it seemed, and thank you to the agent for making that clear in his report earlier when he spoke. It sounded like the apple tree was going to be removed because the services were going to go straight through it because the apple tree was in the wrong place. But clearly the apple tree was there first and really the services should have gone round the apple tree. So can't it be that the path or the services or both, maybe the services go in the path, I'm not sure, can take a different route. So that seems to me, which is something similar to what Councillor Thornborough said, I think. And I wonder if that might be possible. I'm asking that to Charlotte. So Charlotte, back to you with anything you can find there as a question. They weren't all questions.
Hi, yeah. So in terms of the flat roof, again, it'd be condition. I think it's condition 39. I've got the old decision notice in front of me, which is listing it as 41, which says the flat roofs hereby approved shall be a green or brown roof. So that was added for all of the flat roofs of the original permission, and this will now also include if members are minded to approve, the approved flat roof on the bin store, and unless kind of Michael or Keith can say otherwise, that should cover the bin store having a green roof. In terms of kind of the path, I can't comment on whether in terms of building wise, the path and the services can be moved, but just to remind members that they need to make a decision on what is in front of them today, which is, instead of moving the path, it is the removal of the apple tree. As the 10-year lifespan, I'd probably just reiterate your point that the policy requires 5 years. It's up to members if they would like to change that. And then I didn't fully understand what Councillor Pora, the condition about root protection, and what you were asking for in terms of that.
Repeat it, Councillor Pora, please. Let's do it now. So hold on, Charlotte.
Okay.
So we've had a few applications recently where we've had conflicts between trees and buildings. And I think what we've done in a couple of more recent applications where a tree is proposed to be re-sited near to a building, we've asked to include, I think it was a condition to say that they need to ensure that there is root protection in place from the get-go, because otherwise we're concerned that in 10 years, for example, those tree roots will go underneath the building will crack, and then we'll have a request to fell the tree. So it's really trying to get our house in order early, and just making sure that if a tree is planted near to a boundary or a wall, which it does sound like some of these will be, that as part of the construction of the foundations, it's made sure that that is protected. And I would just, if it's right, Chair, I would personally like to ask for the 10 years, because I don't think, so I probably shouldn't have said routinely, we do it sometimes, and in this case, for me, it would give me reassurance that although we don't have a biodiversity net gain guaranteed or anything, it would mean that those trees would be given time to thrive and retain, or to flourish and give back the biodiversity that they're replacing, which is why I think I'd argue for 10, not 5, which would be a normal one. So I would like to propose that as well, please, if someone would second.
Yeah, thanks for that, and thanks for the caveats at the end. Yeah. So Charlotte, back to you.
I might kind of defer to Michael with the question about the root protection, if he's aware of that condition, because I haven't dealt with one where we've added something similar. And in terms of the pruning, I understand it's just a one-off, it's for the scaffolding, so it doesn't damage the tree. If Joanna has read something different in all the technical information, she can kind of say otherwise, but that's my understanding. And yes, we can add an informative regarding ecology. I believe that was all of the questions.
Yeah, that's good with me. But do you want to go straight to Joanna first, and then to Michael? So Joanna.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. Firstly, it wasn't so much of a question, but I agree completely with Councillor Thornborough in terms of the importance of ensuring that there is suitable space between new development and retained trees. And I think this is the perfect example of where you do have a development that is very close to trees. It is much more likely that if there are any differences between planning drawings and construction drawings, if there is reasonable space between trees and buildings, it's unlikely to to result in the loss of trees. But if you are looking at developments where development is literally on the edge of the root protection area, then any minor alterations or minor errors are much more likely to lead to additional tree losses. Absolutely, the apple trees should be a one-off for the scaffolding, and they will then be allowed to grow to grow back into that space. Although some management is likely to be required to maintain a reasonable distance between canopy edge and the new building. There was another question that related to the impact of removals on flood defences by Councillor Bennett. The removals as they are proposed, where they are proposed, wouldn't have a significant impact on flood defences. Trees can actually be both a problem and a solution. Trees obviously require a significant amount of water, and therefore they're very good at managing water within soils. But where they are close to waterways, they can actually create problems, especially if surface roots are close to waterways. Then you can end up with a situation where those waterways get blocked. But in this instance, I assume that the reference is more to do with the management of the natural management of water within the soil, and I would not expect the removals and replacements proposed to have such a significant impact that would actually have a follow-on impact on flood defences. With regard to the building and foundations, my understanding is that relates to protection in terms of the chance of trees being removed in the future because they are causing damage to the building. That is a building regulations issue. There are a number of trees on site. There are a number of trees that have had to be removed in order to accommodate the development. So replacement planting ideally will be located not so close to buildings, a little bit further away. But because the site was very treed, then building regs will be looking at whether or not the construction conforms in terms of the potential for heave. And that will also mean that buildings would be, building foundations would need to be deepened, which would also reduce the potential for subsidence in the future. So I'd have to defer in terms of whether or not there is anything that could be conditioned along those lines. But I would suggest that the actual construction of the building is more of a building regulations issue than a planning issue. And I think that's everything. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, thanks very much. Very robust debate we're having here, aren't we, on trees? So that last bit that you covered there, which was useful to get from you, Joanna, as well, Charlotte referred to Michael, I think, in terms of planting trees next to buildings and problems in the future. So I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that, Michael, or what's been said so far is okay.
Yeah, I think it also stems back to this, where we can go beyond the 5 years in terms of replacement planting. But as Charlotte has pointed out, the policy is 5 years. So my advice would be that it needs to be 5 years to be policy compliant. Going beyond that wouldn't be in line with the policy. I'm not aware of other examples that this committee has done, but that would be my advice.
All right, well, that's for members to consider. So just on that point I asked you about, I mean, I know that thinking back to the example on Sturton Street where that house that had the cracks, I mean, that building was supposedly built with better foundations, but I guess that would have been a building regulations matter, not for this committee. But I'm seeing shaking heads now. So I'm not sure if we can condition that or even informative maybe on that, but informative might be possible. So members, we've been talking for nearly an hour now on the trees part of this application. There are other issues on the application we need to discuss and other items today. So can we have a last round of any questions on trees before we move on? So Councillor Thornborough.
We have definitely had at least 2 approvals in this committee with regard to it, with a condition, with looking at the foundation design, taking into account the climate change we're experiencing, which is different. The building control just looks at the here and now, I believe, and all the trees getting bigger. And our condition was more specific about to ensure, what we don't want is in the future, these insurance claims against us. So that's why we put in these conditions to do with the protecting the foundations from accounting for the tree growth, the geology and the climate change. So we can look back on the previous approvals for that condition. And we still haven't had the wording for proposed, this I. I don't know what the wording is. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to respond on that. So I was going to propose that could either come later to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes, or if the wording is available, we can obviously have it before we vote on the item. But I think Michael wants to come back immediately on what you just said, Councillor Thornborough.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. If it has been applied to other applications, I'm more than happy for it to be applied in this case. I'm just personally not aware of the examples in this case, but if it's been done before, then I think we have no issue adding a condition to that effect regarding the foundation structures. On 32, condition 32, criteria I, my colleague Keith Barber here has been drafting some wording, and I think he has that available, if that's right.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Want to do that now, or should we come back to that?
No, I can continue it now.
Okay, go ahead.
I haven't got the precise wording scribbled out. I just got a few notes of what's going around in my mind. Just to confirm, Michael alluded to, what was it, condition 29, adding an additional limb I, which is fine. Yes, we can do that. Given the somewhat different arena we're in relation to BNG and what we're trying to achieve with that additional limb, could I suggest that drafting is delegated to officers, as the recommendation already provides? But in that instance of 32I, we consult Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes on the final text, because I think that's a little bit different to anything else that we've previously done. That's my suggestion or advice on that one, Chair.
Thanks for that. Okay, so no one's arguing as far as I can see. But Councillor Poore, just to be clear then, are you going to stand your ground on going for 10 years, or are you happy to hear what the officers are saying on that?
Again, I think I'm very happy with the proposal to delegate I. I'm actually tempted to say the same for that, to let officers seek advice, because I'm pretty certain we have done 10 years. So I would like to propose it and have it seconded, but I am happy for it to then go to officers to make sure that that is consistent. But as Councillor Thornborough said, we've definitely done it. I'm sure it was this committee, not JDCC as well. But I am happy for that to be a delegated thing, and if there's a problem with it, to come back to Vice Chair, Chair and Spokes. And the other thing is, talking on the bin stores and the green roof, the current plans for the bin stores don't have a green roof on. And my understanding is you need extra structural support for the weight of the water and the plants. So I would personally suggest, rather than bottoming out here, which we probably can't, can we not discharge that condition and hand it back to officers for them to make sure that the bin stores proposed do allow structurally the accommodation of green or brown roof, and then if so, they could discharge that condition later if other members are agreeable? Because I just looking at the pictures here, it hasn't got it on, and I know from installing my own cedar roof, you have to have additional support for the weight. So I don't want to discharge that condition only to find that we're then in conflict with another condition about the green-brown roof. So that would be my request, rather than sorting out here.
My feeling is you might be getting ahead of yourself there. We'll go back to officers on that to see what the route forward is. And so you're hanging on for 10 years for the trees, living 10 years or not, rather than 5 years, and that needs to have a seconder and a vote in a minute. And we've got the 10% biodiversity net gain, and by the way, BNG was referred to by Keith, so that's an acronym for biodiversity net gain. And the other issues we still need to cover. So, oh, and also on that largish apple tree, that wasn't decided either. So I appreciate what you say, Charlotte, and I've said it myself, that we don't redesign schemes on the table, but there are often cases where we make slight changes or we request slight changes. Councillor Thornborough?
Could we not exclude that tree from this? If we chose to agree, could we not exclude that tree from the removal of trees? That one tree? I think
Thanks
it's
for that.
G4.
So I was going to go back to the speaker, unusually, Robert, as you mentioned it, and ask if you were in a position to give us any information on that, whether there might be a possibility of saving the tree and moving the services. Do you know anything about that? Can you, or maybe you're not the person to ask.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't know the precise details. What I do know is that the site's all quite constrained. The service is not a matter of just flipping them around a tree. They have to run in directly in straight lines. And so lots of things are lined up to deliver them. And so what I can say, we've worked extremely hard to keep, as many trees. It's a very wooded site to start with. You may remember the...
All right, don't go too far, just that question, that was it. So thank you very much, that's useful, thank you. All right, so, I mean, I guess we can always have an informative, but whether we get it or not is another matter, because informatives aren't required to be enacted. So I think we're done, unless, Charlotte, was there anything there in terms of questions? I've slightly lost track before we wrap up this part of the discussion. Charlotte?
So in terms of the not discharging condition 40, so as it's come in as the section 73 rather than an actual discharge of condition, I believe the option therefore would be to kind of issue a split decision. So we're refusing that element. And then the applicants can come in later with just a general discharge of condition application to get that sorted. But I don't believe that would be the case to remove just the apple tree, because all of the plans and everything kind of include the removal of the apple tree. And that all relates to kind of conditions, I think it was 18, 19 and 20. So we just can't take that part of those conditions off. You could maybe take all of those conditions off, if that makes sense. Sorry, I'm kind of...
Yeah, that makes sense, that's fine.
Rambling a bit.
Anything else?
No, I think that's...
Okay, that's it then, councillors. Can't do that. Councillor Pora?
For the bin store, I don't really want to refuse it. I just, before it is fully discharged, I want to make sure the plan matches the other condition. So I don't know how officers would best recommend we do that. Because I'm confident it can be fixed very easily. It might just need a few extra centimetres of height to accommodate the roof. But I want to make sure, because I think if we discharge that condition now, it's immediately in conflict with the green roof condition, because this plan doesn't match that. So I don't want to refuse it. I don't have a problem. I'm sure it can be fixed really easily. So however officers think best, I'll be guided by you.
Michael's going to respond to that.
Yeah, in this case, I think the main thing is that you've got the text of the wording that gives us that flexibility. And I mean, if it did result in a slight increase in height, if it was deemed to be non-material, they could do a non-material amendment application, for example, which is fairly straightforward and quite an easy thing to do, if it's just a minor thing like that, for example. So I think there's ways around it. I think it's okay for what we've got in front of us, personally.
So I appreciate your point, Councillor Parr, but what Michael is saying is that what's written in words is the important thing. The pictures could be wrong. That doesn't matter. And I know
I'm happy with that, as long as
Okay.
it's checked by officers to make sure, and if not, they're advised to do an NMA to just amend that. I'm happy with that, Chair.
All right, so we've got quite a few things knocking around there. So I think it's the 10% informative on biodiversity net gain. We're still going for that. No one's argued against. 10 years on the trees, not 5. Nobody's argued against that either. And an informative to move the apple tree, not the services, if that's possible. That's a bit of an odd one, but I think it's reasonable in this case. 2 members, including me, have spoken in favour of that. No one spoke against it. Seems a shame to lose the apple tree when it could have been saved. So I think that's on the applicant, actually. They caused that to happen so they can solve the problem if possible. Obviously, it's not a condition, it's only an informative, but we request it. If we're all good with that, then let's move on to the other things. So there was, I mean, the other things weren't of too much consequence, I don't think. The increase in height of the ridge, if we can, councillors, no one's saying no, yeah, was 17.5 centimetres. That's not very much. That's just over 6 inches. So I don't know if there's any concerns on that or any other matter. No, yes, Councillor Bajan.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if the sort of reconsideration of this application, in the doing of this, whether we can ask about water conservation. Bearing in mind this was 2 years ago, the original application, are we now able to attach something regarding water conservation to this application?
Charlotte, any more questions first? Yeah, Councillor Bennett.
Hi, this is one about the bin stores and the design outcry officer's comments. And can we strengthen conditions or add an informative, asking for attention to those comments? I'm just very concerned that a dark bin store can provide opportunities for all sorts of antisocial behaviour. And I'd also like to mention, since the applicant is here, that if you're having a green roof on those bin stores, you know, it works very nicely with photovoltaic panels on top, and those can then be used to run a very cost-effective proximity solar light, which is great for deterrence for antisocial behaviour and bicycle thieves. And, you know, I can see that there's provision for a trip budget in conditions. I can't imagine that is going to be an easy trip budget to make. And anything, I think, that discourages cycle theft, such as the excellent design out crime recommendations, I think is worth looking at. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Just to be clear, Charlotte, we're just picking up other issues aside from the trees now. So I'll just add one related to what Councillor Bennett just said. I think not the same thing as far as I understand, is in 6.7. It was said by the designing out crime officer that the access paths, roads, footpaths, parking and cycle stores should be lit by columns designed to BS, etc. Although you did refer to bin stores, I think, didn't you, Councillor? Okay, no more questions? No? Okay, back to you then, Charlotte, please.
Before I answer that question, Joanna's put her hand up to speak, so I'll just...
Yeah, sure, go ahead,
to her.
Hi, sorry. Thank you, Chair. It was just in relation to Councillor Thornborough's comments regarding foundations and Councillor Pora's comments regarding the extension of new conditions. So I would just refer committee to planning application 23-02696 full, which was Mount Pleasant. And in that, a new condition was requested, which required, if I can just read it out, Chair, no development shall commence until detailed plans and associated report for the foundation design of the development have been submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. And that goes on to deal with the information required for foundations. And then there was also a request to give delegated authority to officers for the amendment of a condition. I'm really sorry, somebody is tooting outside and I've no idea why. But that was 23-02696 full. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. We can't even hear it anyway. And just before you go on, Charlotte, just on that, so the condition that Joanna's just quoted, no development shall commence, development has commenced on this item, as I understand it. So I don't know if that can be applicable, but I'll refer that to Michael, who's going to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we just need to word it slightly differently because obviously development has commenced on site, so there'd be in breach of that condition as of as soon as decision notice is issued effectively. So the wording would need to be would need to consider alternative trigger point in terms of the no development shall commence because they've already started work. So as long as there's delegated authority to officers to consider that, that's the main thing.
Yeah, I think if it comes back to Chair, Vice Chair and spokes, then, is that all right? Yeah, and obviously it needs, as I said earlier, conditions need to be reasonable. It's not reasonable to ask the applicant to do something they can't possibly do. And we're in the middle of the officer at the moment, Councillor Thornborough, so there's, go on then, yeah.
The other application with the same condition was 23/00064, which was the 6A Chapel Street, the church hall. We did that there as well.
Thank you, that's useful. So back to you, Charlotte.
Thanks, Chair. So in terms of water conservation, I believe there's a condition attached covering water, so it's condition 38 for what one? Water, at least 3 credits for water efficiency, what one, but also just obviously with the water scarcity at the moment, just to remind members that regardless of the outcome of this application, the parent application can be built. They have permission to do that and they have started, and any kind of the changes involved in the proposal in front of you today is unlikely to have any further impact on water. We can add informative regarding the design out crime officers, and just be aware those condition 16 covers cycle facilities in terms of safety for cycle storage. And then just in terms of lighting, again with the design out crime officer, I did just have it, lost it now. There is a condition for lighting in terms of ecology. So anything to do with lighting along kind of pathways will need to kind of comply with that in terms of ecology as well. So that we are expecting more details regarding lighting. It was condition 31. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, good. Right. So I think we're ready to go to the vote on this then. No more hands up. Righty-ho. So thanks very much. I mean, just say, I think officers responded very diligently to a lot of complicated and detailed debate there. So thanks very much for that. It's good, robust debate. So can we have the recommendation, please, Michael?
Yeah. So the recommendation, as set out on page 30 of the committee report papers, is the approval subject to there's the planning conditions and informatives as set out below originally, with minor amendments to conditions and informatives as drafted and delegated to officers. Then, as per the amendment sheet, condition 25, drawings been updated as Charlotte set out in her presentation and in the amendment sheet. Then, in terms of today's debate, there's an amendment to condition 32 to add criteria I regarding the loss of biodiversity of these trees that are subject to this application, with wording delegated to officers, and then an informative relating to that criteria that's proposed to be added. There's a condition regarding foundation design and how that impacts on trees. And again, delegated authority is requested to officers for the precise wording of that, particularly in relation to the trigger point. There's a proposed amendment to condition number 21 for the tree protection element to extend from 5 to 10 years, again with requested delegated authority. A general informative for 10% biodiversity net gain. And I believe that is all of the amendments that I have. So that is the recommendation, Chair. Thank you.
Chair, could I just add to,
Yeah, go Keith.
sorry, to what Michael said, amendment to condition 32 and the extra limb height to that is in consultation with Chair, Vice Chair and spokes. I think that was the only one that you wanted to have input to.
And unusually, we asked for the apple tree to stay and the services stroke path to move, if that was at all possible as an informative. Unusually, it's not a usual kind of informative. No one argued against it, so I think that will be in there.
Agreed. Yes, that would be added. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's vote then. Oh, James.
Was there a design out crime informative as well?
I think that was covered, wasn't it? The design out crime?
I did. Charlotte suggested it, but we can add that as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, good. Well done. So thanks very much. Let's have a vote then. So who was in favour of the recommendation?
So that's unanimous and support the recommendation.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to officers and speaker. Let's have a break. So 5 minutes, come for a break, and then we'll come back at just before 22, please, members. Thank you very much.
If I may ask councillors and officers, Chair, if you have any pink reports for item 11,
Okay, welcome back after a short break. So next item on planning agenda is item 6, 163 to 167 Mill Road. So Ben is the case officer. Ben's online, I think. And we've got speakers, so we've got two objectors, Matt Rowley and Tom Yates, who share 6 minutes. And then the applicant, Simon Wood, 6 minutes also, and then Councillor Bagent will be speaking about the application as a speaker, not as a planning member. So if you want to introduce the item then please, Tom.
Thank you, Chair. Just to reiterate, Councillor, that Ben Walther is the Environmental Health Officer and is available later during the meeting. I'm the case officer.
Yeah,
presenting
sorry,
the
Tom, I
item
do
today.
apologise. I was looking at the thing and I saw Ben and didn't see your name first. I apologise.
No, that's fine. Just wanted to make it clear for members and everyone else in committee. And if you could just please confirm that A, you can hear me okay, and B, that you can see my slides.
Yeah, that's right. If you can make the slide full size, that would be better probably.
Yep. Is that better, Chair? Sorry, it's taking a while to come through.
Don't worry about it too much. We can still see them. It's just it could be a bit bigger if you take away the.
That's fine. No, that's fine. Just bear with me a second. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Tom.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Chair. So the application before members today is the application at 163 to 167 Mill Road in Cambridge. It is for the refurbishment of the existing building, including internal slab openings with steel framing, roof replacement, new plant located on the roof and rear, a substation, external alterations, and temporary removal of the shop front to facilitate the MRI installation. Officers are recommending approval. So just like to add a quick point of clarification. In the officer's report in paragraph 10.6, it does state that there is a fallback position. This isn't necessarily correct in the fact that it's not an official fallback position, but the site isn't seeking to change the use of the land, and as such, that is not a consideration of this application. So in terms of the site itself, the application site is, as I said, 163 to 167 Mill Road. It is a 1970s infill building between two existing commercial properties. So there is residential to the north of the site, and then there is standard commercial buildings which front Mill Road along here. There is also at the moment a car park to the rear of the site. As you can see from this map here, so the red line obviously outlines the application site. So the site is located within the Mill Road Conservation Area. It is also, you might be able to see there's some brown hatched areas. That is because the site is located within the Mill Road Opportunity Area, and the green part behind it, that is, so I'll just get the pointer out, that is to indicate that it is a district centre.
So before what do you mean by green part? I couldn't see any green. Do you mean the bit?
Sorry, there's the green, this green area.
Sort of grey, it looks grey to us.
Sorry, the grey area on there is, that is to indicate the extent of the district centre, and the site is located within that. So this is a aerial image of the site. The building is that, as I'm sort of highlighting with the pointer here. It is currently vacant at the moment. It did used to be a Tesco's Express, but it is currently vacant. And this is the extent of the car park to the rear, with Cedric Street running up here and then Mill Road along here. You've got an existing letting agent directly adjacent to it, and then there is a laundrette just to this, to the west here. just thought I'd indicate this is a sort of 3D view of the rear. So these are the residential properties to the north of the site. Obviously, this is the rear of the building and the car park from that angle. There is some planning history on the site. So most recently, a prior approval application was submitted to change the first floor use from offices to dwelling houses. Prior approval was given to this, but this has not been implemented. So the use at the moment is use class E, as the previous Tesco use, and obviously there were some advert applications previously. And there was also applications for single-story rear extensions and additional plant for the previous use. In terms of the application site and the ground floor layout, so this is the extent of the building. There is some staircasing to the left. At present, the building internally, there is nothing in there. This was all removed by the previous occupant. There was some car parking spaces, so that located along the north there, and some located adjacent to the delivery entrance, and there was a disabled car parking space just within there as well. The proposed site and ground floor plan, so the actual footprint of the building is not being altered. There are some, there's an indicative internal arrangement, as you can sort of see on the plan here. The number of car parking spaces is being reduced. The most important part that I'd just like to indicate to members is that there is some plant which will be located to the rear here, and there is a new substation that is being located to the rear as well. There's also a covered cycle store and cycle parking and bin store there, as well as cycle parking to the front as well. This is the proposed roof plan, just to show the extent of the plant equipment. So as you can see, it is all located and set back from the edge of the roof slope itself and is located centrally within the roof slope. There are obviously some other associated pipe work, but the main plant material is located centrally within the roof slope. These are the existing elevations. So this is the front elevation, and then this is the rear elevation. The proposal seeks to make minor alterations to the front of the property. So there's some new windows going in, and then some new windows and door at the rear, but these are considered to be minor alterations. The main aspect is largely the plant, which will be located on the roof. But as stated, this will be set back from the roof slopes. Just an indication for the scale of the plant, these are the existing side elevations. So this would be from Sedgwick Street, and this would be from the estate agents to the east. And then this would be the proposed, once again, this top picture shows the views from Sedgwick Street, and then the bottom picture here just shows it from the adjacent letting agents. This top one just indicates the proposed section through the building, so just to indicate how the floor layout would be, obviously in just indicating the height of the plant internally. And then this image below just indicates sort of viewpoints from Mill Road itself on the opposite side, and how much would be visible from the street scene itself. Just got a couple of images for members. Now these obviously aren't recent because Tesco's is in there at the moment. This has all been removed since, and this is all boarded or painted white, so the frontage doesn't look exactly like this, but I just thought it would be the best way to show you what the frontage looks like. This is from views up from Mill Road, so the laundrette is just here, and the lettings agent is Bush Property Estate Agents is just there, and this is just another slide just to indicate the fact that it is an infill and it is different to the adjacent buildings either side. but as stated, the external alterations are minor in the fact that it is largely window and door replacements and additions. And this is an image of the car park to the rear. So obviously, as the site is vacant, the cars are parking there, albeit illegally. But the entrance in itself would be slightly altered, with some, although the entrance would still be there. Cycle parking would be located essentially where this black car is. But it's just an indication as to the plant obviously would be visible from other viewpoints. So there's been a number of representations that have been submitted regarding the application, a number of objections. They relate to the use of the site, the impact on the character of the area, residential amenity impact, which includes noise impact and that from the plant, whether questions have been raised, whether the MRI is safe in a residential area, that there's been no improvement to landscape and biodiversity, the roof in itself should be a green roof, that there's also construction impacts, highways and traffic implications, and cycle provision issues. Councillor Bagent has objected to the application, citing an objection regarding structural changes to the building, and that there is going to be a residential impact as a result from the plant. A petition has also been received objecting to the use of the building as an MRI clinic. A number of consultees have been consulted on the scheme, and several amendments have been made in regard to the scheme in itself regarding the scale of the plant. So this has overcome several objections that were raised originally. So at present, there are no objections from the Conservation Officer, the Local Highways Authority, the Environmental Health Officer, the Sustainability Officer, or the Sustainable Drainage Officer. So in terms of the application itself and how officers have considered it, so there are several material considerations regarding approval, and that's the use of the building would be a medical facility for use of the wider area. The proposed development is considered to preserve and enhance the character of the conservation area, and it is considered that the proposal and the plan would not harm the amenity of nearby occupiers, subject to conditions. In regard to any reason for refusal, this would be that the scanning facility and plant required to be installed would alter the roofscape within the conservation area. Officers are recommending for approval, subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks very much. So speakers, so we've got, you're Tom, aren't you? Yeah, hi Tom, hello, good morning. And we've got Matt Rowley online as well. So Matt's first, I think, in the list to speak. And you've got 6 minutes between you. I don't know if you've spoken together at all.
We have. I think it's agreed that I will speak first.
Hang on. Is that okay to switch the order? Yeah, okay, there's no problem switching the order then. So do you want to sort of go for 3 minutes and then go to the other person, or do you want to just speak and then stop and then we'll start the other person speaking? I don't know if have you agreed 3 minutes each, or is it different?
The latter, thank you.
Okay, so, all right. So
I'll speak and stop.
You've got 6 minutes in total then. A bell will go half a minute before the end of 6 minutes when you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Tom Yates. I represent the No Mill Road MRI campaign, and I live directly opposite the site on Sedgwick Street. Firstly, it's very clear that the biomedical campus is the right place for this facility. Your consultation process, our petition signatories and the local plan all agree that an MRI clinic may be a good thing, but the Mill Road is the wrong part of Cambridge for it. But if the committee decides to accept the application, I'd like to talk about noise. If noise is to be controlled by a planning condition and enforcement, we ask for a condition of no perceptible increase, that is, an increase of less than 0.25 decibel over background. We further ask that any noise conditions apply to instantaneous maxima, not to time average data, and specifically not 5-minute averages. If I stand in the car park behind the applicant's site and discharge a handgun, I make a 5-minute average noise of slightly less than 10 decibels, a scarcely audible sound level. I don't think the sound of a gunshot every 5 minutes is a good thing in a residential area. Limiting maximum, not average noise is a good way to avoid that. The applicant's noise impact assessment states that chiller noise is often tonal, but says this will be mitigated without explaining how. BS 4142 specifies a penalty correction for tonal noise, which, if applied here, would cause the application right now to exceed permitted noise levels, even under their own optimistic assumptions. A chiller is not like a substation. You cannot simply enclose it in more brick because it needs to be open to the air in order to work. There are physical limits to mitigation. If the noise were tonal and mitigation were ordered, and the applicant said that a constraint could not be physically met, we ask that the Council's response would be to order them to cease operation. But the principal problem with a condition plus enforcement approach is the lack of an accurate baseline. Once the site is operational, we cannot easily separate the noise of the site from the ambient noise. Instead, we would compare newly sampled noise with a high-quality representative baseline assessment made before the site became operational. This we do not have. The baselines on pages 14 to 16 of the applicant's latest noise impact assessment are not terribly helpful. They purport to measure representative sound levels at 5 sampling sites over a 5-day period, but they present 6 sets of measurements for 5 sites, the first of which covers an 18-hour period 3 months prior to all the others. The 4th and 5th sets purport to be from the same site and range of times, but are different to each other. And the 6th, which specifically covers my house, is for a single 16-hour period, which, according to their data, was the noisiest of the 5 nights. From their own data, that night may well have been as much as 10 decibels louder than the night immediately prior. I hesitate to call it cherry-picking, but at any rate, it will be very hard to hold the applicant to their conditions armed only with this study. We ask that the applicant be required to fund an independent week-long study taking readings at both ground and bedroom level, that is 1.8 and 4.5 metres, at all 5 sites, without the applicant's construction noise during the daytime, and preferably correcting for the imminent bridge closure. We also ask that a constraint barring any future additional plant inside or outside the building be imposed to avoid a salami slicing approach where each subsequent new MRI merely has to make no further significant increase in a sound environment already made noisy by the applicant's existing plant. We further ask that a constraint on clinic opening hours be applied, preferably 9 to 5 Monday to Friday, because the chillers make more noise when the MRIs are operating. Finally, with respect to proposed condition 4, it would be nice if the applicant could please stop lighting the back of the site 24 hours a day, as they have been for the last 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other speaker? Do you want to carry on online? Maybe wait, stop the clock a minute while Tom's getting ready.
Hopefully
Sorry,
you
Matt.
can hear me and see me.
Okay, when you're ready then.
Thank you. My name is Matt Rowley. I'm a resident of Sedgwick Street. I also oppose the plans on the ground of noise. The 2 noise impact assessment reports undertaken raise, for me, unanswered questions and significant concerns. The baseline background noise levels used to calculate the noise impact are inaccurate. Whilst the address of the development is Mill Road, the site for the proposed chiller plant is within the car park, geographically located on Sedgwick Street, residential street flanked by gardens on 2 sides, where there is a prevalence of families with small children. Due to the geography, as you will have seen in the 3D aerial view of the buildings, the gardens that run along Sedgwick Street are very well insulated from local background noise. These gardens are in the direct firing line of the proposed plant, and the background noise levels in this location are a lot lower than the noise impact assessment report indicates, producing an inaccurate picture of the noise impact of the proposed development. Secondly, the noise impact assessment report does not show how the noise produced by the proposed development will be adequately attenuated to mitigate the potential impact to residents. Some of the proposed chiller units are rated at 80 plus decibels in output, akin to having multiple industrial lawnmowers running constantly at a distance of less than 15 meters for the closest neighbors. Whilst it is incredibly hard to attain those sorts of volumes at all frequencies, the noise impact assessment fails to demonstrate how this will be achieved. There is some mention of attenuating materials in the first impact assessment, showing varied levels of effectiveness at different frequencies, but not sufficient modelling or calculation to satisfy that the noise pollution produced by the site would be lower than the threshold usually acknowledged as having a negative impact on health and well-being. The plan and the location for me seem incompatible. There may well be other more appropriate locations locally along Mill Road where such a facility would be more suitable that are not as close to residential locations. I also note as well that there is a plan put in for development of the site to the west of which is the current laundrette site, into residential accommodation. If that was passed, those residents would be impacted even more than what all of us would be within just a few meters. Thank you.
Right, thanks very much. So the applicant's representative is Simon Wood. Is Simon online? Oh, you're here. Hello. Hi. Go and take a seat at the back there, Simon, if you would then, please. Thanks. Yep, so welcome. So you've got 6 minutes to speak, and if you press the button, that's it, you got it. And bell will go half a minute before the end.
Thank you, Chairman and Committee, for allowing me to speak in support of the application. My name is Simon Wood, and I'm representing the owner. The site was originally 3 traditional Cambridge terrace houses onto Mill Road with gardens at front, and its previous tenant was a Tesco's Express store, as said, for 20 years in a building constructed around 1970. During the day, diesel delivery trucks would arrive and reverse in and out of the parking from 6 a.m. onwards from Tesco's distribution centres, running engines and maintaining refrigeration, which disturbed the neighbourhood. More recently, a modern co-op moved into Mill Road, some 100 metres away from the site, providing a better shopping environment in a more attractive setting, which eclipsed Tesco's. The owner of the Tesco's did not care or invest in the property, and the deterioration in the property was notable, leading to the site being used for undesirable purposes. The site was purchased by us in March 2023, after the closure of the Tesco's 8 months previously in July 2022. During the 8 months interregnum, the site deteriorated further and parking became a free-for-all. The site presented a good opportunity for a clinic as it is situated within the busy and densely populated Mill Road and Rumsey Town district of CB1, 2 kilometres from the city centre and 1.5 kilometres from the main Addenbrooke's campus. This is to be a significant investment into Cambridge, in total £12 million, once the scientific and medical equipment has been installed. There are currently no other clinics in Cambridge outside Addenbrooke's where a person experiencing pain or with medical symptoms can go to have an MRI scan. That said, the clinic at Mill Road will provide an advanced resolution colour imaging service which is not provided by Addenbrooke's or indeed by other UK hospitals currently. MRI scanning is safe, painless and non-invasive, used to provide advanced imaging into joints, muscles, nerves, bone marrow, blood vessels and other body structures. The clinic will provide additional services in the area and will contract with the NHS to continue the patient journey, helping to reduce waiting times and alleviate some of the painful delays for patients. The use of the building as a clinic does not require planning consent. Since 2020, the changes in the planning use classes order is now permissible and in fact welcomed, that the clinic should be able to locate in high street locations, close to residential areas, on bus routes and within walking distance of people's homes. This use is fully compliant with Class E of the use classes order. The key consideration has been to comply in all regards with the planning and the building regs of Cambridge City. What do we mean by that? Primarily, any noise from the MRI machine or its cooling equipment should be within the required standards set by the city and controlled by the council's EHO, who supports this application. To mitigate noise emissions from the MRI, it is housed inside a sound-insulated Faraday cage, central in the ground floor of the building. All the plants associated with the MRI has been assessed by our acoustic engineers according to the statutory prescribed noise levels. A report has been issued and will be tested once in operation as well for compliance. The ground and roof level plant placement has been considered where its noise impact is initially reduced and thereafter further acoustic attenuation provided by enclosures and factory-made noise jackets specifically created by the manufacturers. We conducted local acoustic testing twice, including secondly a 4-day period, day-night on a Friday to day-night on a Monday, when no works were going on site. No building works were going on site. In order to ensure that we did not underestimate the ambient noise levels of the specific location and allowing for a potential future closure of the Mill Road Bridge to car traffic. In terms of traffic movement, there will be no lorry deliveries, and we anticipate up to 10 car movements per day, whereas Tesco's was subject to scores of car movements and diesel lorry movements daily. 2 electric vehicle chargers are being installed also in the car park. We're cognizant of the requirements of the conservation area, and whilst the current building is highly unattractive, we'd only want to make improvements and agreed changes. We've made minor changes to the exterior fabric of the building, including the colour of the rear facade, to reduce the impact of historic ad hoc works to the brickwork, replacing end-of-life poorly insulated windows and a plant room entrance accessible louver. The windows, doors and louvers are in subtle colours approved by the council officers, and the enclosure for plant, cycles and bins are natural timber, and a green roof is added to the cycle store. Whilst initially and in the secure cycle store, Whilst initially and in accordance with the requirements of building regs for insulation, we sought to increase the roof parapet height by 35 centimetres, we have redesigned the roof so there is no increase in height. Any plant on the roof is not visible to persons in Mill Road. All asbestos has now been removed from the building, as well as other internal and maintenance works under permitted development. No works have been done that require planning permission. We believe that the clinic adds a valuable use to the commercial street, which is Mill Road. Several local shops in Mill Road are unused or boarded up, which stems the
Let's come to
flow.
a conclusion now. It's the 6 minutes. Just finish your sentences and make your point.
We're keen to be good neighbours in Mill Road and have supported the Mill Road Fringe financially. We hope you'll support the application. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Simon. Thank you. Could you turn the microphone off, please, before you just press the button again? It will go off. Thank you very much. Thanks. So, Councillor Pageant, you want to speak on this item. You're a local ward councillor, so you'll be speaking in that capacity as opposed to a member of this committee. You have unlimited time to speak.
Chair, can I first apologise? I've got rather a bad cold, which, as we know, with men could be really serious, and that my voice might be a bit stuttery, and I don't feel very well at all. With all due respect, I have to totally challenge the concept just made by the Speaker that this is some work of a benefactor who's going to save the area because it's in decline. You know, there has been some difficult arrangements around Tesco since it's been closed, but a very spurious part of his contribution. Can I say that Mill Road is arguably the hub of Romsey? We shop, socialise, and a great many of us use it as a cycle artery to the city. I suspect if that you sit outside the Romsey Co-op in the public community area provided by the Cambridge City Council, most of the people in Romsey would eventually walk past you. It is really the hub of our area. I agree with the technical details in the speeches, particularly noting the comment that whilst people are looking forwards with their noise emitters or whatever they're called, actually most of the noise is going to be coming to the rear of the plant, which is a residential area. I'm not therefore going to add to any of that. Much of what I shall say will allude to the definition of Mill Road as part of a conservation area. In many ways, I shall be trying to persuade members that a conservation area does not only relate to the fabric of buildings, but also to the culture of the area. It is an area worth conserving. If members can accept at least part of what I am suggesting about the definition of a conservation area, then this changes much of what is being considered today. Because without doubt, this application to replace a retail outlet with an MRI significantly changes the environment of Mill Road. The building in question, Tesco, was amongst the first multinational companies to move to Mill Road. And the residents protested and subsequently boycotted the shop, which in turn really led to its demise. Sorry. Giving planning permission to Tesco left a legacy, and the independent shopping area is now in retreat, and other multinationals squeeze their way onto Mill Road. And this is changing the culture. And the MRI unit will again change the culture on this road. One question I'm asking is that to do with preserving the community. Community is something that the ultimate leader of planning, Mr. Gove, has told us recently is at the heart of planning. So whilst he didn't change the law, we can recognise in what he said that he means community is community, not only the fabric. Not in dispute is that the Mill MRI will be used continuously. This will mean constant coming and going by patients and doctors and medical staff and cleaning staff, etc. Given that the bus service is untrustworthy and that cycling may not be an option for people who are coming for their scan, the MRI scanner will increase the car use on Mill Road. This is something that we as a council are trying to fight against. A big fear, a genuine fear, is that at some point along the way, this facility will become a 24-hour facility and not a daytime use only, because this MRI scanner costs a lot of money to maintain. So key points here are, could Mill Road become a medical hub? The price potential developers would be willing to pay for existing shops to turn them into a private healthcare facility around this area could be enormous, and therefore shopkeepers may be persuaded to join a medical hub on Mill Road, and that would seriously damage our environment and our area. So I also asked, does the MRI contribute to the diversity of Mill Road? Does the array of paraphernalia on the roof necessary to support the MRI damage the skyline for residents? Maybe you can't see it from Mill Road, but you can see it if you live around this area. By asking this question, I'm saying, do these changes fit in with the conservation area? Whilst on the topic of conservation, it is my view that one of the most important things that identify Mill Road and subsequently led to it being laid down as a conservation area is the shops and the community that operate on Mill Road. It is not simply about the look of the area. Conservation also relates to the culture of the area. Therefore, does the potential cumulative impact by the removal of the large shopping facility damage the area and potentially impact on economic viability of the remainder of the shops? Does the removal of a retail unit, sorry, I'm not feeling very well, and the replacement by the healthcare unit fit in and improve the Romsey community as an area of opportunity and conservation? I'm asking you, councillors, if you think that the change to Mill Road is an attack on community and conservation, please reject it. And I'm sorry that I've not been too well dealing with this. Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much, councillor. Right, so I just want to, firstly, members, just cast your minds back to the presentation. That's the important thing here, most important. And can I also go back, before we get into member debate, I just had a couple of things to clarify with the case officer. So Tom, you can come back online a minute. Hello, Tom. Hi. So just 3 things on planning matters. So can you confirm or otherwise say whether the prior approval for 4 dwelling houses, the prior refused plan application on the site are significant planning matters for us to consider or not? And also, finally, whether the trucks noise disturbance that used to be caused by the previous owner on the site, Tesco, is of any concern to us now, as that's not happening, Tom?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So just regarding the prior approvals, in essence, no, they aren't really part of the discussion today, although they form part of the history. The prior approval's not been implemented, so with it not being implemented, it doesn't really form part of the discussion, really. And regarding movements, it's difficult to say exactly whether it would be more harmful in the sense that because use class E is so broad and it covers a substantial amount of different uses, which this is, and I'd just like to make it clear to members that this application is not seeking to change the use of this site. Because there are so many different uses within use class E, the coming and goings of different operations within that are going to vary. Obviously, the highway officer has recommended that they don't have any objections. So in terms of a highway safety implication, then there's less of an impact. And also there are less car parking spaces and the use obviously is different to that. So officers are considering that there is not any harm in terms of amenity from the coming and goings, because it is, although it will be different, it is likely to be less or if not similar to the existing use. But as I indicated there, within the use class, because it can be so interchanged without the need for planning permission, there's a lot of different factors regarding that.
Right,
if
thanks
that makes
for that.
sense, Chair.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. Yeah, and so I'll just say one more thing on that. You stay there, Tom, a minute. So obviously, we as planning members, we need to consider the National Planning Policy Framework, which is in favour of development. I believe that's true to say, and also the local plan and the emerging local plan and local policies in terms of making a decision. And just before we go on again to member debate, Tom, I don't know if you or your officer, Ben, might want, as the previous item, as it seems this item is mostly about noise, whether you want Ben to sort of give us an intro to that before we get going on debate. Would that be useful, or do you want to say anything yourself? Because it's a little bit of a difficult area, isn't it? Decibels or something. It's quite a complicated business to understand them. It's an exponential scale, and the amount of noise delivered to any individual person that's affected is not an easy thing to calculate. So we need some guidance on that from experts.
Yeah, I would have to defer to Ben on exactly how environmental health officers have considered the specific reports, because obviously that is outside of my remit as the case officer, and we obviously rely on environmental health knowledge and professionalism regarding that. So I would have to refer to Ben. Whether members have specific questions, because I know there were some quite specific comments raised by the objectors regarding the assessment, the noise assessment itself, whether Ben can come in on that, or whether members have a specific question. I'll leave that up to you, Chair, how you would like to go forward with that.
I think it's best, as I suggested, if we get Ben to say his piece first, and then we can come forward with questions after that. That will guide us really how to go forward on questioning you and him on that, please. So Ben, if you can speak about the noise issue, please, first.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, fine, thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that this was actually one of my colleagues' applications that he provided comments on, Adam Finch. So unfortunately, he wasn't able to make it today. So I'm filling in and can provide a level of detail, but I haven't got the full understanding that he would have had of the application. With regards to the assessment, Adam had some queries initially due to the fact that they hadn't assessed to the residential gardens, which was as an important amenity space. We would request them to do so. They'd just done it to building facades, so they had revised that in their new assessment. I'd also like to point out that they've gone with a 30 decibel plant rating limit at night, which is considered very low. With regards to the BS 4142 assessment and criteria, that is considered a very low background sound level. So the residents can be reasonably protected with regards to the fact that they have considered such a low background noise level. The plant is going to be individually attenuated in acoustic enclosures, and also within a barrier will be around the plant enclosure, which will afford further attenuation. Absorptive materials have also been specified to be placed inside the barrier to ensure that noise levels that they have specified in the report towards the end of the report are achievable, and all predicted noise levels at receptors, gardens and facades during the day and the night are below the noise rating level limits that they have specified based on the monitoring data they carried out. I don't know what further information you'd like me to give other than what I've just stated.
Okay, well, I mean, we'll go to members on that, but I mean, just before you go, I think it'd be useful, you've given the 30 decibels at night, but can you give any indication of the decibel level and what that means in practical terms to the relevant related properties, areas, gardens, people locally? You know, I'm not quite sure how you best want to refer to that, but it's all about how noisy it is for local people, I think, isn't it? And, you know, I've done my own research and there are all sorts of figures banded around for MRI scanners up to 130 decibels, but average noises of 79 to 86 decibels. But obviously it depends on attenuation and so on, and distance away from and all that sort of thing. So if you could give us some indication, if you can, so be it.
Yeah, it's very dependent. There's the two different types of noise levels that are given. One's a sound power level and one's a sound pressure level. Now the sound pressure level is at a given distance, and the sound power level is the maximum the machine will emit, which is what a lot of the manufacturer data gives. So that may be where you've seen the higher noise levels of 100, but that doesn't factor in any distance or any attenuation. So if in a brick building you had a piece of equipment which was producing a sound level between 80 and 90 at 1 meter, the brick building is going to attenuate at least somewhere between 50 to 60 decibels if you include internal furnishings, plaster work. So anything internally within the building itself is very unlikely to be heard. The main concern is going to be the external plant on the roof. I note that some of the residents are concerned with the substation in the car park, which has also been assessed and will be very much down to UK Power Network specification. But if it's within a metre of residential properties, I believe UK Power Networks will place it within a brick-built enclosure to ensure noise isn't a concern, and will have attenuated louvers to reduce noise levels. That has been considered in the report, but it can sometimes be difficult to fully specify, as it will be very dependent on the power network company, but they have strict noise regulations and conditions that they have to achieve. themselves, so which is why they use the brick built enclosures if they're close to residential. And the report has also specified the different attenuation measures which will also reduce the noise levels from the items of plant if they were just left on their own, to achieve what the representative background noise levels have been specified as during the day and at night. Night being the most sensitive time, when people during the warmer weather are likely to be asleep with windows open and less likely to want to hear any particular plant noise because of lower background noise levels where noises will be more apparent. But as I explained earlier, 30 decibels in Cambridge is considered a very low background sound level. It would only be in the middle of the countryside away from roads that you'd get lower levels than 30 on a regular basis. So 30, I think, and my colleague Adam, who assessed the report, is a very reasonable background sound level not to be exceeded at night.
All right, that's useful. Thanks so much. So just to be clear then, is there a figure for daytime decibel or not? You've given nighttime.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, they have specified daytime in various locations, which varies between 36 at the majority of the locations and noise sensitive receiver B, which in the report is identified as 1 to 11 Sedgwick Street. They have 41 in the daytime. That is a rating level, so that will include the rating level as specified in BS4 and 4.2 will include any of those tonality penalties that one of the speakers mentioned. So that is not to be exceeded, and then due to their calculations and the attenuation which is going to be added, which will remove any of those tonality concerns, because the tonality penalties are only added at the receiver location if they are apparent, whereas they wouldn't be apparent if the level of attenuation they've specified is installed correctly. And the daytime at all of those noise sensitive receivers are going to be well below the rating limits that have been set.
All right, that's very useful. Thank you. And so you gave the figure of 41 decibels daytime, and just to be clear, I think the background noise level was reported at 46 decibels at that time. So for comparison, and just also to mention, when we had, I think it was JDCC, actually, another planning committee, when we looked at the aircraft testing facility at Marshalls, we had a lot more information and in fact practical tests on noise to guide us as members. So I hope members are able to make this decision. If they're not, then we'll have to defer the item for more information. But I think hopefully you don't mind me speaking to the officer directly like that, but I think that's some information to start us off. So members, questions, Councillor Thornborough.
So we heard from one of the speakers that this is due to use class, the change in use class E, that there did not need to be a change of use on this site. But the change in legislation excludes conservation areas. So Article 2 in brackets 3 of the permitted development order explicitly excludes conservation areas. So the conservation officer has commented on the building itself and the changes to the building, and probably I do agree that the fairly minimal alterations to the building may not change the architecture of that building. But I'm really concerned about the loss at street level of the thriving frontage that we've got from the fairly long-term use of a major community shop. And it's not just one little bit of Mill Road is defined as a community, but the whole of Mill Road is defined and accepted as an important community within Cambridge. And ensuring that we continue to have a thriving street frontage is one of the reasons why conservation areas were explicitly excluded from this the permitted development order. And I think that I think that policy 61, which is about conservation areas, it's not just about the buildings, it's about the culture of the area. It is very much about retaining the special feel of these conservation areas and these high streets, particularly the high streets. We've also got policy 59, which talks about the public realm and responding to context to help create the local distinctiveness. And without a doubt, Mill Road has a very strong distinctive character. And a loss of an active shop for a private medical facility, even if it, it may provide a real need in this area, will change that distinctiveness. I also think that policy 58, which is altering existing buildings, is a policy that may not be complied with either. And then policy 35, noise. It's not just noise. It's that policy is about protecting human health and the quality, human health and quality. And I don't know, 30 decibels plant level at the back at night, that may be a low level, but it may be quite a bit higher than the current level. And if we don't have a baseline level of what is at the back, we don't know whether 30 decibels is acceptable. Noise increases exponentially. It's not an even increase. So if the background noise at the back is 20 decibels and there's going to be a 10 decibel increase, that's a substantial increase. And I also know that these units they can be problematic and they do need servicing. And when they become faulty, they become much louder. And there is a problem with servicing units now. I know of commercial units which have waited 6 months to a year to be replaced, and during that for parts. And during those periods, the noise is excessive, and then it becomes contingent on the residents to continually complain about the units being noisy, and that's not acceptable. So I think there is so much unknown about the increase in noise at the back, which will affect the human health of residents, that I'm really not convinced by the case made about the noise. And I also feel that the case has not been made that policy 61 and 59 have been met. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. If I could just make a couple of comments or questions to you before we move on. So firstly, good point about conservation area. In terms of a thriving frontage, as I understand it, the frontage is not thriving at the moment. It's not used. So I don't know how you consider that to be thriving. And the background noise, as I understand it, is at night is 36 decibels, but I'll leave that to the officer as well to confirm. So did you want to come back, Councillor?
I think when we talk about thriving high streets, it's about the length of the high streets. It's about making policy decisions and actual decisions to ensure that every opportunity is kept and made available for the distinctiveness to be kept. And a shop, a retail shop, or art and culture, or a cafe allows people to go in and out of the ground floor accommodation fairly freely, rather than a private clinic where you do not have general people going in and out. So it changes the distinctive character, and therefore I think will change that part of the high street feeling. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Councillor. Any more? Councillor Carling?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, and I mean, I agree with a huge amount of what Councillor Thornberry's just said. For me, I don't think the proposed use is appropriate for the area, but I'm concerned about the kind of legal defensibility of that position. It's interesting what Councillor Thornberry's just said about conservation areas being excluded from the permitted development order. which certainly has implications, I think, in terms of that decision defensibility. A few things I'd like the officers' view on. First of all, policy 75 as well. Part C of that specifically talks about healthcare facilities being supported when, I'm trying to find it in here, when they're co-located with other appropriate facilities, and this isn't. This is, I mean, within the setting of Cambridge, that's quite far from Addenbrooke's, where the majority of these things are based. So it seems pretty strange to be putting an extra facility there. I wonder if the case officer could confirm something I think I heard the applicant say about NHS patients being taken into this facility, it not purely being sort of for people who have private health insurance or are self-funding, but that it will take NHS patients, because that does have implications in terms of the community benefit, I guess, so important to be aware of, even if it's not a material consideration. I'm concerned as well about the lack of information on the noise at the back of the site, so I would echo concerns and comments made there, and I would find it quite difficult to make a positive decision about this without that information. And I'd like officers' view, please, on whether an hours of operation condition, as requested by some of the objectors, if the committee was minded to approve the application, whether that would be reasonable, and sort of which hours perhaps would be practicable to restrict that to. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Levine, yeah?
Thank you, Chair. It's a strange thing. Are we perhaps just looking at society's change in the way they use their high street? People are going over to online shopping rather than nipping into the local Tesco's. So I think we should consider the longer-term changes that are happening that are going on in our society. I am a bit bothered by the lack of a standard noise level, because noise is obviously one of the biggest deals surrounding this application. And I personally would like to know just how quiet or noisy, 30 decibels, is at night. What are the hours of operation? When does operation stop in the evening? Is it 8 o'clock? Is it 9 o'clock? How late does that go on? Are there any unusual noises rather than averaged out? If there are some nasty noises, some clicks or bangs, I think that should be taken into consideration. Yes, I'm curious about who the actual customers are here, but that's maybe not relevant to this application. I take it that this is a private facility that subcontracts its operation to the NHS, but that's really not perhaps relevant to this application. But yeah, noise is obviously the number one issue, and are we struggling against movements in the way people live their lives in opposing this? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Good points. Councillor Porro.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really interested by what Councillor Thornborough raised, because for me, whether or not it's Class C is critical. Because the bottom line is Class C has deregulated all of this. So the argument about whether an MRI is appropriate or not is actually irrelevant, because Class C allows it. We have no discretion over that planning committee, however frustrating that may be. I know whenever the government say they're getting rid of red tape, what they're actually meaning is these decisions get taken away from local planning committees. If it is considered under Class C, then the only thing we can look at is the plant. So I am really interested, and I suspect we may need to defer if that is the case, but if Class C isn't relevant, then obviously all these other policies then engage, but I don't feel I'm in a position to have that debate at the moment, because I'd need the office to rewrite the report and talk about all these other policies. If Class C is engaged and the MRI scanner is coming whether we like it or not, for me it's around the noise. So I already emailed the planning officer earlier this week, picking up I think what Councillor Carling and Levine said. Opening hours to me are really important. So I appreciate the planning officer initially came back and said, well, we can't impose them because it's permitted development. My feeling is if Tesco's had opening hours, can't we just roll them over? Because they must have had a closure point. We normally do for convenience stores. They shut at 11. because my concern is that, you know, if it's open 24 hours, that has impacts in terms of traffic management, travel management plans and all those kind of things. I wanted to ask the Environmental Health Officer, and I know, having gone to the airport site visit with the chair and others, there's a difference between noise that's constant, which is actually better in some sense, and noise that switches on and off, so, you know, intermittent. So I just want to check what this noise is. Second question I have is the plant in the back, so on the ground in the car park, is that different from the plant on the roof? So what are the two functions? Because I'm more concerned almost probably about the one at the lower level, because I think that's nearer to residents and houses. And I suppose the other question is, can we switch off the plant when the scanner isn't working? My understanding, I've seen some nodding of, shaking of heads. My understanding is possibly not, because I think there is a coolant needed to maintain the magnet. But again, I'd be grateful for the Environmental Health Officer's comments, because obviously that's also pertinent to the opening hours, because obviously if the noise is going to be the same 24/7, that lessens the impact. Just to note, I think we're missing the EV condition, because I noticed the applicant mentioned they have EV parking. And for me, my biggest concern is what residents have raised, is it's the baseline data, because I know from my own residents, it's really hard once something's installed to get kind of to a point where enforcement can be taken. And I am concerned that were this to go through now or in the future, we do need to have a clear baseline. And again, I'm probably at the moment feeling that I don't have enough information about that. So, but my most critical thing are the opening hours and how that plant functions, on and off, noise, and how we can control that. I mean, I'm not concerned about safety issues. It's a magnet, it's not a nuclear thing, it's not an X-ray. So I don't share any of those concerns. But and it's the data, really. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. I normally try to be brief, but I don't think I can be brief here. I've got 3 separate classes of points to raise. One is some general information about how this is going to operate would be really helpful for me to understand the implications for both noise and transport. And, for example, is it intended that there will be a single MRI chamber and just one stream of patients, or are there going to be multiple streams arriving? Because if there is going to be more than one chamber, then the parking, and particularly the disabled parking and access, looks inadequate. And I'd also be concerned about the trip budget. The second thing is I have actually had a couple of MRI scans myself. I'm aware that doesn't make me an expert on the procedure, but there are some points I'd like to share because I think that they're relevant, which is that whenever I've had an MRI scan, it's not been an MRI scan on its own. It's normally been a sort of one of just a series of tests as I've gone round Addenbrooke's, or if I was a private patient, presumably around the private hospitals. So how is that going to work with a standalone facility? Are you going to have patients who've got to basically rush back to a different hospital, which means that probably don't have the leisure to go on the rather erratic bus or cycle up? I'm talking about cars and taxis. Bearing in mind points about the use class, what are we actually consenting to that? Is this just one lot of people going through an MRI scan, or is it basically, private provision? The other thing I would say is one of the particularly valuable things about MRI scans is that if you have patients who cannot advocate for themselves, perhaps because they are elderly and have dementia, but are just indicating pain, an MRI scan is very valuable. I know the applicant has talked about NHS use, but are we really talking about sort of geriatric patients being carted from Addenbrooke's to Mill Road in their 90s by ambulance, unloaded, reloaded and taken back? Because to me, that just doesn't seem to commute. Or are we really talking about a facility for Worried Well? In which case, obviously, the access requirements are going to be much less onerous, because Worried Well will presumably cycle up or catch bus or walk. So that's the end of my general points. I also want to talk a bit about noise, because the airport that the chair mentioned was in my ward, and I've had a lot of contact with residents about it. But one of the issues is that if you have, say, a noisy pub or a restaurant, environmental health can close them down. And they can also apply a lot of lesser sanctions, because the business owners know that as a last resort they can do that. For an industrial process like this, once maximum noise mitigation has been done, my understanding is that that is a defence to it being an environmental nuisance, and there is nothing that residents can do, and there is no sort of line of defence to protect residents from that noise hazard. So I'd be really grateful if Ben could comment on that issue, because if our backline is that if this is too noisy, we can close it down and protect residents, that's one thing. If we have no line of protection for residents, then that is a huge concern for me, particularly given that it's in a residential conservation area. In terms of the transport, I've talked a bit about that in my first section rather than, so I won't reiterate those comments here. That I'm aware that MRI scans are important, but like the resident speakers, I don't think this is the right place for. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. And by the way, your thing's still on, Councillor Levine, your microphone. Yeah, thanks. Just on that last point, and then Councillor Levine referred to this as well in a different sort of way, is that, you know, we've seen laboratories come to this committee for siting in the city, like Fitzroy Street and other places, which is unusual, and we're not expecting that, and there is change going on around us. That's not to say it's good or bad change, it's just to say things change. So back to the case officer then, please, Tom, for answers on those matters, unless you want to defer anything or all to the environmental health officer, Ben. But particularly, I mean, I'm sure you picked up all the questions. I've made notes, so I'll come back to you if anything's missed. Thanks.
That's fine. There's obviously quite a lot of questions about environmental health there, so there's a few points that I'll ask Ben physically at the end that obviously councillors have raised. I just want to make it clear that in regards to the actual change of use, I'm not sure what regards Councillor Thornborough was relating to, if it's in a conservation area. I'm not aware, and I'm sure Michael can attest to this, that irrespective of whether it's in a conservation area, unless there is a specific Article 4 direction, which in this case there isn't, the change of use between anything within use class E, so whether that be a shop or to this medical facility, that in essence isn't development. So just to make it clear to members that I appreciate that you raise concerns regarding impact on the conservation area regarding the use, but just to make it clear to members that in essence the change from Tesco's to this medical clinic isn't a change of use in itself. In fact, if anything, it doesn't even form development. The development that councillors should be considering, and I think Councillor Pora stated this or commented on this, is that essentially what we are considering in this instance is the noise and whether the plant in itself causes harm to the conservation area. Obviously, the conservation area, the conservation officer has indicated that they don't raise any concerns regarding the plant itself and the changes to the facade. And also, officers can only rely on the details provided by the applicant at the time and then the comments from environmental health on whether they're happy with it. Obviously, if environmental health had further information that they wanted to see in order to have comfort that the proposal would not cause harm, then obviously they would have requested that. They've obviously not requested that level of information. So, but then I'll go back to Ben at the end of that. So the other things, especially regarding its operation, within the application, there is very limited information regarding the use itself. It's very broad in the sense that it says that it's going to be for essentially research and development, as well as potentially being used by the NHS and also by private medical practices. There would be no consultation room or anything on the site should there be any sort of medical centre or consultation part of the site. That takes it outside of the realms of Class E. So it would purely be a medical, very limited in what it could offer in a sense. But I'd have to refer to you, Chair, and if you want to ask the applicant some of those questions, because that level of detail has not been provided with the application, especially regarding how many people would be visiting. I believe it's only one MRI in regards to Councillor Bennett's comments. It's not more than one. The other questions, just having a quick look regarding the hours of operation. I'd have to defer to Michael on about the hours of operation. Obviously falling within use Class E, and that it's not a change of use in its sense. I'm assuming that if that we could put a condition on restricting the hours of operation for a certain time, but that it couldn't be limited, significantly limited. It would probably have to be sort of standard hours. I think Councillor Veen asked who the customers were as well, but once again, I don't know specifically regarding that. And I think that's most of the questions raised by councillors regarding the actual use in itself. I think the questions that I'd need Ben to answer is just, I think one of the councillors raised, I think it's Councillor Thornborough, raised a concern about the increase in noise should the plant start to get noisy. And I think if Ben, you could clarify whether there's any environmental health legislation outside of planning which would control that. But I'm assuming some of the conditions put forward would restrict the noise anyway. And yeah, just whether the baseline level and whether you would expect to see any other information that they've not provided, or yeah, I think that's the main thing, because obviously councillors are asking for additional information that has not been requested by the environmental health officer. So yeah, obviously we officers can only rely on environmental health regarding that.
Yeah, just before you go to Ben and Tom, so just to be clear, I think Councillor Thornborough asked about the background level, decibel level at night time. So perhaps if Ben can confirm that. And also there was a question about the type of noise, so intermittent, continuous, that kind of thing. If Ben can go over that too. And one other thing which relates to the things that were said but wasn't actually said is just whether the decibel limits can be conditioned. I don't think that's been said so far. So if you could just go to Ben on that, please. Thanks. Yeah. Hang on a minute. Councillor Pora? Yeah.
Yeah, I also asked if they could specify what plant is going where, so the difference in noise for the bit in the car park versus the roof. Thanks.
Yeah, so plan, especially at the back, Councillor Pora talked about.
Yeah, I can just jump in on the plant at the back. It looks like the plant at ground floor level is the chiller for the MRI machine in itself, and obviously other plant would be on the roof, but it looks like the chiller would be on the ground floor, and then just the substation. They're the two pieces of plant that would be on the ground floor at the rear.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Tom. Chair. Yeah, I noted down a few questions. I think there was a couple in addition to that. Yeah, with regards to one of the questions was, would like some more data on background sound levels at the rear of the property, closer to the residential. 4 out of the 5 monitoring locations were to the rear of the site. There was only one monitoring location on Mill Road. So there was quite a lot of data gathered for the rear of the site, which is why it was accepted and why the background sound levels were so low, reported in the acoustic assessment. Otherwise, they'd have been a lot higher, as you'd have got a lot more traffic noise from Mill Road. The report shows I don't know if anyone's has it open, but figure 2.1 of the report shows the monitoring locations, and they're all within the rear car park area, which is close to the properties to the rear. And there is one on Sedgwick Street, which is LT5. So we were content. Well, my colleague Adam Finch was content with the amount of data provided and the duration. We would expect at least in total 24 hours of monitoring, and I believe they've done at least 5 days in total to get a good spread of data to find a representative level. Now, the standard BS4142 doesn't request the lowest background sound level to be selected. It requests a representative sound level. Now, the acoustician has looked at the 10th percentile rather than the mode or the median, which can be selected. So the 10th percentile is the quietest 10% period of the monitoring. So you will get the lower levels there than you would if you selected the mode or the median. So they have erred on the side of caution rather than gone for the higher levels, which they could have justified, which is where they've agreed on the 30 at night. I think one of the questions were regarding what levels were recorded at night. That is also in one of the tables of the report, and they were spread between in the 5 different locations. Looking at the 10th percentile for the background sound level, which I just explained at night, they ranged from 35, there was a 26, there was a 31, 32 over the 5 locations. So 30 is, in our opinion, a reasonable level to go for at night. What was the other question? The type of plant, how it will operate. There is a list of plant be installed within the report itself. As Tom said, the majority of the plant is on the roof, and it is detailed as DX units, I believe, which are condensing units. So they will, like an air conditioning plant, external plant, they will cycle on and off depending on the required load. They are inverted controlled, so it's a soft start up, so there won't be any bangs and clangs that you'd get from like an industrial process. And with the attenuation that they're going to be installing with the individual acoustic enclosures around the plant and the sound absorptive walls of the plant enclosure itself, the residents won't hear the start-up of the plant. So the intermittency penalties that BS4142 talks about won't need to be applied, because the differences in the sound won't be detectable at the residential properties if the mitigation, as stated in the report, is fully installed. Another question was regarding what type of legislation environmental health have other than the planning regime. The planning condition that my colleague recommended is a compliance condition, so the levels in the acoustic report will have to be achieved, and if they're not, it will be a planning enforcement issue. So the onus is on the acousticians and the applicants to ensure that that mitigation and that particular plant is installed. If the exact plant in the report isn't installed, it would have to be the exact noise equivalent. Otherwise, a modified report would have to be submitted. I assume a section 73 to change that condition if it was once the application is live. In terms of environmental health legislation, we have statutory nuisance regime. It's a lower standard than the planning amenity standard, so it's a basic safeguarding really. It is available to us. We can serve abatement notices for noisy plant if the plant was malfunctioning and the owners were unwilling to resolve, then we could take statutory action, but it would have to be significant as the level set in the planning application are much lower than what we would set for a statutory nuisance investigation, as the protection amenity, as I said before, is a higher standard than nuisance. We wouldn't be able to close it down, but we would be able to specify that the plant needed replacement or repair. So I think I've covered that unless I've missed anything off.
I'm just looking. So pretty much. But what about the areas of operation? Is that I know that might be a thing for Tom, but is that something we can look at in this committee, because we've not been given anything, have we, by the applicant? I think Michael wants to speak. Hang on a minute.
Yeah, yeah, Tom did refer to me in earlier. So, yeah, I think because it's within use class E, it isn't something we'd really recommend. But if members were insistent, we could impose an hours of use condition. The issue is, as Tom pointed out, is that we don't know what those hours that they're posing at the moment are, because they didn't have to submit them as part of this application. So we would need, I assume, Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes agreement, for example, if we were to bring back a condition with certain hours, and then if they weren't found to be acceptable, we'll have to come back to committee, but that's what I'd be proposing.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Right. Thanks, officers. Any final questions, members, before we conclude? Councillor Thornborough.
I'd like to ask the legal officer about Article 2 in brackets 3 land, which is that which does say that the permitted development rights are redacted on that land, does it? Which included conservation areas. So has the most recent permitted development changes excluded conservation areas from that article?
Yeah, hang on a minute. So let's get questions first, and then we'll go back to officers. So, Councillor Pora.
So I'm still coming back to the Class E issue. I'm quite uncomfortable making a decision when we're not absolutely certain, because to me, if Class E isn't fully applied, all bets are off. We need to go back and redo the report. So I'm kind of minded to think about deferring. I just feel I haven't got enough information. The noise thing is so difficult. And I suppose for me, if I live next door to this and it started to malfunction, or it just didn't get mitigated as it should be, I need to feel confident to vote for this, that I would have a way of taking action. And as I think the Environmental Health Officer mentioned, they can't necessarily close it down. And if we don't have a clear baseline at the moment, I wonder if this is one of these ones where we need an independent report to be done. I appreciate that costs the council money, but I don't want to get residents' hopes up, because actually under Class E, I'm struggling to see how I could reject it on some of these grounds. I want to be honest about that, but I also wouldn't want to make a positive decision which might impact on residents when I'm not confident that there's... Yes, the baseline thing. I definitely support the opening hours. I personally thought that the Tesco's had opening hours imposed. I'm looking at anyone over there to people not sure. Because to me, okay, if the use isn't changing, but the opening hours presumably remain in place. And there's a difference between having people rock up at 3 o'clock in the morning in their cars and people coming at 6 p.m. at night. Personally, I don't object in principle to the use of this in the community. I think it's quite nice in some ways to have a medical facility in an area that a lot of people live in and available to the local community. But I do, and my other question, I suppose, back to the Environmental Health Officer, is the chiller at the ground floor. He mentioned what the roof plant was doing. My understanding is the chiller is the bit that needs to be on all the time and potentially is the bit that's a little bit noisier. So again, I'd just be grateful for Ben's opinion on whether the chiller in the car park can be adequately mitigated. But my personal view at the moment is I would prefer to defer this than try and go to a decision where I don't feel I have enough information. But I don't know if other members would agree, but particularly around that Class E, because it's so critical for me.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett.
Just a very quick point. I'm struggling to find a condition about the noise. Could somebody point me towards it?
Right, okay. Going to adjourn for a couple of minutes while legal check out the point on Article 2. So don't discuss the item.
Chair,
Yes.
just before you adjourn, I'm just a little bit troubled about the references Councillor Thornborough is making and where she's sourcing them. So perhaps if we could adjourn and if we could just go and see where she's got her information from. Thank you.
Well, if you want to get information from Councillor Thornborough, she can give it to you now before we adjourn, I think, so it's in transparent and in public. So you ask the question of Councillor Thornborough, and then she can speak, and then we can all hear.
It's referenced in the permitted development order to the Town and Country Planning General Permitted Development Order, England, 2015.
And the article?
Oh, it's Article 2 in brackets 3, land.
Thank you.
Just before we stop, so Michael, what do you want to say?
I was just going to ask for a bit more information from Councillor Thornborough, if it was possible.
Yep, Councillor Thornborough.
Sorry. Is it under a specific class, for example, in General Permitted Development Order? Does it say Class M, Class...
No, it says land within that article are...
Is there sort of a heading near the top? Sorry, is what I was trying to...
It's about permitted development rights are only redacted on what's known as Article 2.3 land, and that's which is national parks, the Broads, areas of outstanding beauty, World Heritage sites, and conservation areas.
Okay, we all done? Right, in that case, let's adjourn for a few minutes till 15:15 probably about. Let officers get clarity on that. So don't discuss the item, we're still in the middle of it. If you need to leave the room, that's fine, but don't discuss it together or with any members of the public. Thanks. So do I turn us off? Okay, welcome back, people online, after a short adjournment. So, officers, if you want to respond to the point that Councillor Thornborough raised, then please, that's Michael or Keith.
Thanks, Chair. We've had the opportunity to have a look at the development order referenced by Councillor Thornborough, and we're happy with you making a decision on the application as you have it. So the conservation area issue that Councillor Thornborough raised isn't relevant to the use class E order, use class E in this instance.
Thank you very much. Keith, did you want to respond at all, Councillor Thornborough? You content with that response? Thank you very much. Okay. Now, what we've got is noise levels, proposed noise levels that are lower than background day and night. We've got noise levels proposed that are much lower than the enforcement level. If you want to refuse this item, you need to think about what your reasons for refusal are, bearing in mind that expert opinion is not what you are. You are not experts. And also the time of operation is outstanding. I would suggest we do what Michael suggested on that, go through the applicant officers, come to the chair, vice chair and spokes on that matter, rather than trying to bat it out here. Councillor Pora.
I know what you said about Class E, that's very helpful. For me, I would still like to support a deferral, because I just feel like I don't have enough information. Again, I said before, I don't want to get residents' hopes up. This is a really difficult one if it's under Class E, because we're so limited in what we can cover. But I feel at the moment I would like something proper about the opening hours. And I also think we should give the applicant the chance to comment on that, because, you know, I'm quite uncomfortable about saying, let's just slap on this commission. They might actually say, well, actually, we prefer fewer opening hours or more at the weekend. Let's have that discussion and let the case officers do that. I would also like more information explicitly about the chiller function, which is on the ground floor. You know, I just don't feel I've got that yet. And I would also like a clear statement about what the baseline is and how residents could address future concerns. Because again, I'm not confident that I have that. I have to say, if I did have that and I was reassured, I do take the chair's point, we've got consultees in favour. But for me, noise is so subjective. I would be very happy to have a briefing with environmental health before we come back. We have done that before. But I think also with the opening hours, I just think it's good practice to involve the applicant in that discussion, because for me that is quite a fundamental issue. So I would like to move to defer if anyone is willing to second that.
Okay, just before I ask for that, I mean, just to be clear, on opening hours, I did say that the officers could have a conversation with the applicant and then come to chair, vice chair and spokes. On the chiller function, we can, I believe, get that information from officers right now, because we have that. And on baseline, I presume you mean the background decibel level. We have those levels as well, and we have.
I understood from residents we didn't necessarily. Well, I suppose I'm just not clear what the process would be if I were to vote yes for this today, and then there'd be a problem. And I just would feel more comfortable. And I think with the opening hours, we could delegate it to chair, vice chair and spokes. But my concern is if we then, for example, agreed it today or rejected it, but if we agreed it, what if we don't agree? You know, it kind of needs to come back for some kind of debate for me. So I'm not trying to do this to be difficult. I'm not getting anyone's expectation. I just want to be absolutely confident that I'm making a fair and reasoned decision, given the rather horrible restrictions of Class E that have, in my view, tie our hands as to what we can consider, as the case officers quite rightly said. Thank you.
Absolutely, Councillor, and that's your prerogative. Now, we've got a proposal without a seconder at the moment. I just want to take these points from councillors and then we'll go to the secondary question. So, Councillor Carling.
Yeah, thank you. And I mean, it's a really, really annoying and difficult one. For me, I've now found the noise impact assessment, and I'm not sure if Councillor Ford has seen this, but it does look to me as though the points used to assess the noise do cover behind the building, which is what we were concerned about. So I'm struggling to see what additional information realistically we get from deferring this. I'd be happy with the opening hours going to chair, vice chair and spokes if the committee was minded to approve the application. And it may well be that there's something I've missed from colleagues that would, in terms of additional information that would be helpful to receive. But I do feel as though we do now have all the information that we've asked for. It's just been a case of finding it.
Thanks for that, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
During the intermission, Councillor Thornborough has helped me find the local plan policy on noise. I was impressed by what Ben, the officer, had to say about noise protection, but I'm still wondering whether we need an explicit condition. There's several references to noise in the condition, but there's not a general thing, and I'm wondering if, we do need a specific reference to the local plan just to make it a bit more prominent for the applicants. And I'd sort of appreciate officers' view on that.
Okay, I'm going to get a response to that first before we go to a proposal for a deferment, so we have all the information we need to have before we make that decision, councillors. So can you respond to that then, please, officers?
Sorry, Chair, I was, just what condition did the councillors specifically want to think about adding? Sorry, I appreciate you want to have a condition, you want to bulk up from the original, but if you could just please make clear what sort of information you're specifically looking for, that would be helpful.
Yeah. Okay, stay there. So, Councillor Bennett.
Okay, I was looking for a general operating noise and vibration that links into the local plan and policy 35, and also some of the specific points that Ben raised about the operational noise. I think having it in the conditions really helps the applicant to understand what they're signing up to, or being signed up to rather. And it's also helpful for us if there are issues afterwards. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Is that clear, Tom?
Yeah, in that case, I'll defer to Ben, and if he can let me know if there's a suitably worded condition or a suitable condition that he could inform councillors, and if they'd be happy with that, if you don't mind, Ben.
Yeah, so Ben.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Tom. Yeah, the condition references the acoustic assessment, and the reason of the condition specifies policy 35. We could also ask for a post-completion testing condition, which would request the acoustician to attend site once the plant's been installed prior to the use of the facilities, and they could test to ensure that the plant does what they've specified in their acoustic assessment to do, and the mitigation all works, and whether or not they need to put any additional controls in place to make sure those limits that they've specified are not exceeded. I think that would be a good idea.
I would be very happy with that. Are we talking about writing that now or going back to chair and spokes?
Back to chair and spokes. Okay, thanks, Ben. You sound content. No one else is speaking. So we'll go back to the point of deferring this item then. Is there a seconder for a deferral? Okay, so that's a vote on deferral then. All those members that would like to defer this item to a future meeting of this committee.
3 support deferral. Oh, 4 support deferral.
We just do that again. So all those in favour of deferring the item?
4 support deferral.
And all those against?
2 against, Chair.
So the item is deferred to a future meeting of this committee to bring forward information as outlined by members, and we can have a conversation if need be by email on that, just to make sure we've got all those matters clear about what we want to get for a future consideration. So thanks very much, members. It's been quite an intense morning with those 2 items, so I think we deserve a break now. So 45 minutes, that brings us up to 1:20, and we'll come back for the next item on the agenda. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back after lunch. Next item on the agenda is Milton Road. That's item number 7. We've got Councillor Gorthrope-Wood to speak if she's available. Otherwise, there'll be a statement. Tom, you're the case officer. Do you want to present the item, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just bear with me a second while I get the presentation sorted. Right. Apologies, Chair. I'm just trying to get the bigger one up. There we go. Just to confirm, obviously we've had the break, that you can all see the slides and can hear me okay?
Both, thanks.
So the application before members today is an application at 346 Milton Way in Cambridge. The proposal is for the demolition of the existing double garage and shed and the erection of the attached single-storey dwelling to the rear of the site. Officers are recommending for approval. In terms of the site location plan, so Mill Road extends, I'll get the pointer so it's easier for members to see. So Mill Road runs up along here, and then you've got Kendall Way to the south east, and then the site would connect through a private track down here, and then the site is there. But obviously the extent of the site is along the rear of attaching the private road of Kendall Way up to 346 Milton Road. This is just a slide showing the site constraints. So there is allotment space to the rear, and then there's the listed church, once again to the south east. There is some surface water flood risk along the private road which connects to Kendall Way. In terms of planning consideration, so this application was presented at committee in, I should say February last year, sorry. But it was deferred as there were questions raised over the ownership of the site, and so there are some questions regarding bin access to the side of 346 Milton Road, and that bins could be carried through and past 346 Milton Road rather than up onto Kendall Way. Omitted plans have been submitted and uploaded regarding this, and there's also been ownership certificates signed and done regarding that. A full reconsultation has taken place. The development in its sense, though, is the same as that was presented at committee, although there is, as I said, greater clarification on the bin access routes. The main considerations for members today is the impact on the character and appearance of the area, impact on the neighbouring amenity, and whether there are any highway safety implications and any issues regarding car and cycle parking. So as members will be able to see, this is aerial imagery of the site. So this is the private track to Kendall Way, as I sort of described earlier. This is the double garage that is to be demolished. And obviously this is the main dwelling, 346 Milton Road. There is a dwelling that has been approved directly adjacent to the site. That was approved at committee in 2020. So that is that. Sorry, would you want to change slide then? This is the existing site plan. So once again, here's the main dwelling 346, and this is the existing garage and shed, and the proposed is similar to the neighbouring property, which this is a single story dwelling. The proposal would be of a similar footprint with car parking to the front, as well as cycle parking to the front. Bin storage would be to the rear. Just like to point out that the main thing that has changed from the original submission is that this passageway was not indicated on the original plans. So this passageway is where the bins would be carried through from the dwelling through past 346. The minimum width along here is 1.1 meters, but at its greatest it measures 1.2 meters. Regarding the proposed elevations, the proposal is relatively simplistic in design to mimic the adjacent property. So it measures 3.8 meters in height, and obviously is a single-story bungalow-style dwelling. This is the proposed floor plans, so it would be a 2-bedroom dwelling. And then this is the site at present. So this is the dwelling on the right is the approved dwelling that has been constructed at number 348 Milton Road. And then you've got the double garage, which is obviously to be demolished, and the shed, which is to be demolished. And there would be car parking at the front here. This is from within the rear garden of number 346, with the adjacent dwelling located there. And this is just other photos of the adjacent dwelling, which it would be in very close proximity to. This is just a photo showing the private track that anyone using a vehicle would use. Obviously, at present, it is used as car parking for, or can be used as car parking for the residential developments. And there's a number of garages and outbuildings along the back there. Just in regards to the consultee comments, so there's been no objection from the Local Highways Authority, no objections from the Environmental Health. There was no response from the Sustainable Drainage Officer. There have been several third-party representations that received an objection. They just relate to the proposal's impact on the character and appearance of the area, a number of issues regarding residential amenity, not limited to daylight sunlight enclosure, loss of privacy, noise and disturbance, and light pollution. There's also construction impact concerns, highway safety, poor living accommodation, car parking, loss of hedgerow, and issues with boundary location. A lot of the comments were received within the first round of consultation, but there were 3 additional responses received regarding the reconsultation, but none of these raised any new material considerations that were not raised previously. Just in regards to the application and how officers have considered it, so obviously we're recommending approval subject to conditions. Reason being is that the proposal will not cause harm to the character and appearance of the area. It will not unduly impact on residential amenity. There's no concerns raised by the Highway Authority or any other consultees. And there is a dwelling directly adjacent as indicated, which was approved previously. The main potential reasons are impact upon neighbouring properties and then the comments raised regarding car park access. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks for that. So it's a bit tricky on timing so everyone knows when these items are happening. So I think that Councillor Gawthorpe Wood is along the corridor. I don't know if, James, you could go and knock on her door and see if she wants to come and speak or not. Do you mind? Oh, is she in the meeting? Okay. Statement, okay. All right. Well, if you don't mind reading the statement out, then please on her behalf. Thanks.
Statement from Councillor Gawthorpe Wood. As a King's Hedges City Councillor, I have serious concerns about this application. Access. 1. This application seeks to develop on an unadopted track which is there to service council-owned allotments. The track also serves as an additional access track to garages and sheds belonging to the houses facing Milton Road, although many have direct vehicular access to Milton Road from the front of their properties. The road is unmetalled and has no lighting or services such as sewerage, water, electricity, gas. It is narrow and difficult to turn. Point 2, I'm concerned about emergency access given the length, narrowness, lack of road service and lack of lighting along the rear track. I'm not clear how wide the access is around the proposed dwelling to its proposed garden, i.e. north side, and the distance in metres via passageway to Milton Road. Point 3, build a management plan. If planning is granted, there needs to be a management plan. I understand that there were problems when 348 were allowed to build a bungalow for their disabled son. The committee need to consider a management plan so that A, residents, builders, lorries do not block the track or Kendall Way. B, residents can access their back entrances to park their cars, bikes, etc., and allotment holders can access their allotments. C, to reduce the amount of dust and mud and ensure that the road is not churned up. 4, SPD stroke local plan. I understand that use of garden backland to develop in this way is not supported. I am concerned about creeping development in an unplanned way where the services, utilities and access are not in place and there is a reduction in the amenity and environment for existing residents. 5, red line boundary. I understand that the plot shown is incorrect and some of the land belongs to 344 Milton Road. This doesn't appear to have been agreed with 344 and the boundary needs to be corrected. The owner of 346 will be building on the property of 344 Milton Road. The boundary is not a straight line in the plans, which means chopping down the neighbour's trees. The turning, circle, bike stands and 2-car parking spaces is also not within the boundary. Point 6, last one. I have purposely not commented on the design or sustainability of the proposed dwelling, but would ask that the planning committee looks at this closely in addition to bike and car parking, the boundary issues and the points I've raised on use of backland access and unadopted or unmetalled tracks, and to consider in depth on the loss of amenity for existing residents, creeping development without any coherent planning. End of statement from Councillor Gawthorpe Wood.
Thanks very much, James. Thanks for reading that out. So, member debate. Councillor Bagent.
Chair, the property next to it, the bungalow next to this proposal, does that have planning permission or has it just been erected without planning permission?
Thank you. Councillor Thornborough.
Does the property where the wheelie bin is going to be taken down next to, is that where the red line extends to the main road? Does that adjacent property have a right to use that access route, which they would need to if they wanted an outside route to their garden? So I don't know, I think quite often we see these proposal in the back garden and what we don't have is the full effect on the dwellings that's used to have the whole garden. So are there important windows that this wheelie bin will be rolled next, past a bedroom or an important habitable room? Do they lose access to their garden? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett.
I remember this from last time and I had some issues over disability access. Bungalows are very popular and desirable to people with mobility issues or who are just a bit wobbly. They may need to be able to access a mobility scooter or a wheelchair. And there's two sort of methods of access and neither of them seem quite comfortable to me. My mobility scooter will go down a straight 1.1 metre track. There are other mobility scooters, bariatric and attendant wheelchairs that won't. I also have concerns about using the service road at the back if it's unlit. Because of potential of the falls or just getting a wheelchair or mobility scooter stuck in a hidden pothole. And also the safety aspects if there's quite a lot of traffic. So I'd appreciate if Tom could address those aspects. And I'm not quite sure what the access officer has said about this.
Yep, so Councillor Pora.
Yeah, picking up what Councillor Bennett says, I have a horrible feeling we're going to be told it's not a material consideration, but I think one passageway is 1 metre and one was 1.1. And I noticed that you can't access the garden through the house. Obviously with a wheelchair you can normally go through the house at least, but the door is to the side. So I don't know if the officer could comment on the width of that passageway on the proposed new build house, and also whether it is a reason for rejection if that path is too narrow. I fear it may not be. Personally, I'm not particularly enamoured with the design. It's a shame we've got 2 big parking spaces and a tiny garden. I'd have preferred to see that maybe 1 parking space and a bigger garden, but I appreciate they're not reasons to reject. I think Councillor Gawthorpe Wood mentioned a construction management plan, I think, to manage the lorries going up and down things. I don't think we have a condition for that, so I wonder if the officer would consider accepting that. And again, could the officer comment about the access issue? That obviously we're going to be consenting a front door onto a unlit, non-metalled path. Is that a reason for rejection or not? Again, I think possibly not, but I would appreciate clarity on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bennett, you want to say some more?
Yeah, I forgot to mention this because I made my notes based on last time we looked at it, and it wasn't obvious then that there was such a problem with surface water. So if there's this infill development, we'll be losing porous garden and having non-porous house and car parking spaces. If this is going to get approval, could we at least ask that the car parking spaces are using a porous material, which would mean that there would at least be some surface drainage on that area. I think given the pictures that Tom has shown us and the amount of surface water there, I think that's really the least we should be asking for.
Yep, thanks. So I think sort of also, Tom, maybe let's be clear on what's in the ownership of the applicant, because there's various red lines on more than one drawing. So it'd be good just to understand exactly what is in the ownership of the applicant. And the speaker in the statement said that it was being built on an unadopted track. Yes, she meant adjacent to an unadopted track. I don't presume it's actually being built on a track, because that's not in the applicant's ownership, I would presume. And yeah, just, well, the other things you've probably made notes of, I'll come back to if need be. So can we go back to you now then, please, on that, Tom?
Yeah, I'll do them in order of how they were asked, if that's okay, if I haven't missed any, because there was quite a few questions there, but some are wrapped up within others, so if I feel like I might have answered one. Regarding Councillor Bajan, question regarding the adjacent property, yes, it does have planning permission, the adjacent property. It was, as I said, it was approved in 2020. I don't have the reference directly in front of me, but if you would like the reference, I can find it. But yes, the adjacent property does have planning permission. There was Councillor Thornborough asked a question regarding losing access to the garden. I'm just going to bring my presentation back up just to show you the plans. This should also cover a few of the other questions just regarding ownership and some of the concerns regarding that. So if you just bear with me a second while I just share my screen. That should be that one. So in essence, the ownership of the site is, well, not the ownership. So the applicant has served Certificate D, which covers this area here. So what that means is that there is no known owner of this private road down here, and must be clear that that road is private. So it's not part of the local highway. So obviously we have very limited control over that. So that in itself, so they served Certificate D, which means they have to put a notice in the press, and they have done their due diligence regarding that. And they've obviously sent out within that notice in the press who has, if anyone owns that land or has an interest in it, then they are able to comment or let the applicant know. The actual site ownership by the actual applicant, I'm just going to go to this plan here. So although the red line does extend there, the applicant at present does own the property, so number 346. The reason the red line has been extended through here was just to make it clear that the the applicant, which obviously owns 346, but would be able to go through there. I can't zoom in enough, but there is a gateway here and there is a gate here. So it would in essence be a shared access between number 346 and the proposed property to the rear. So because it would be within their ownership, I would be, obviously they would keep access to their garden, so that would not be restricted. In regards to the windows and rooms down here, although they haven't provided a floor plan, having conducted my site visit, essentially the windows that this would go past are not habitable rooms. So the habitable, especially the living room, is on the sort of left-hand side, and they have had extensions. So this sort of I'm going to say the southern side on here, even though it's the southeastern side. This is the kitchen. And there's some small toilet windows and hallway windows along here. So the bins in itself, although they would go directly past the house, they are rooms that aren't habitable rooms. And there are other windows along here as well. I think that should answer some of Councillor Thornborough's questions. Regarding Councillor Bennett's questions on disabled access, I mean, we although we haven't consulted the access officer, didn't think it was of a scale that would require their comments. Nonetheless, it is 1.1 meters in width at its smallest point, which would allow a wheelchair to go through. Yes, it may not allow for certain types of wheelchairs to go through, but it would in a sense allow some users in wheelchairs to go through, and it obviously does get wider at points. Obviously, it also allows for cycles and bins to be manoeuvred through. So although, yes, it is not ideal that it doesn't allow all users to go through, it would still be acceptable in the officer's terms, that it would still provide access for disabled users. And I would expect that although at present it's currently just paved, I would expect that to be a more substantial hard standing to allow for easier access through that way, should that be the case. The access down this side is 1 meter, which I think Councillor Pora asked. So yes, it is narrower. It looks thinner because of the overhang from the roof, but the plans indicate that it's 1 meter in width down here. I think Councillor Bennett also raised questions regarding flood risk down the road. We've got to be careful in that sense, because this area and the parking is already hard standing as indicated on the site, and it is already built form. So although yes, the site is increasing the existing built form, there is already built form on the site, and it is not the site in itself, and the location of the development is not where there is any current areas of surface water flood risk. So we've got to be careful that, yes, I appreciate that by adding additional footprint, it will make a difference, but it is expected that difference is probably quite small. Although if you wish to add a condition regarding the it is to be block paving that's porous, then yes, if members were minded to approve, then we could add that condition. The same for the construction management plan and a potential traffic management plan regarding deliveries. And that the main issue we have once again is that because the road on attaching to Kendall Way is private, we have no control over who parks there. So any number of property owners could park on that road anyway, and the council obviously have no control over moving that vehicle. So there obviously is the potential in that at present, irrespective. But obviously, if members would want to add that, then we can do so, especially if there's concerns about how it impacts on Kendall Way. I think that was most of the questions. The proposal is not proposing to build on the track. It is simply just to I'm trying to get the existing and proposed on. So where the existing garage stops here, it's the same. It's almost in line with the adjacent dwelling. So it's not moving any further onto I'm not going to call it the turning area for the allotments because it's a private track and it obviously has its own private ownership. But yes, some of this area is used as a turning circle for the allotments, but the proposal isn't seeking to extend in there, and obviously cars can park there at present anyway. But I think that's all the questions, Chair.
Yeah, thanks. So there was a question of the red line. So the red line seems to go around the track. So does that imply that the track is in the ownership of the applicant, or does it not?
No, that's to indicate that the application, that the development incorporates that, because obviously the vehicle movements would need to go through that track, because obviously they couldn't go towards 346 Milton Road. So they're not saying it's within their ownership. They're just saying it's going to be part of the development, in the sense that that's the road that they would use for vehicle movements, especially for car parking. But then that would be the same for any of the dwellings as at present.
So I can see there's a hand up, but just to bottom that out then. So, I mean, obviously, any building could be built by accessing from Milton Road through 346. It's easier and better in many ways to access from the back. But do the other residents that use that track have any say in that? Or is this just a matter of, it's up for grabs and the applicant can use it if they so wish?
I mean, obviously, that they would, the certificate of ownership, they are serving notice to indicate to people that is where they are wishing to build. They couldn't just build there. The ownership in itself, I would expect to be, I mean, it's limited to what is currently there on the site. They're not seeking to build into the existing private track, but as I said, it is a private track. It's on land that we have no control over. So it would be difficult for us to restrict development on there, especially if they've indicated that that's where they're seeking for development. And as I said, they're not actually seeking to build on the track itself. They just have to incorporate that within the red line to indicate that that's where they would be using as a vehicular access. So it's not an indication that they're building on any of that track. It's just they have to include that so that officers are aware of how vehicles are moving through, because obviously they wouldn't be able to go through the front of 346 and they couldn't park outside the front of 346 without their permission.
Yep, okay. I mean, I realise it's a civil matter, I guess, but I was just asking on behalf of residents who might be concerned. Councillor Thornborough.
It seems like there are 3 red line boundaries, and when you make a planning application, it's very clear that it says that the red line in what's in the ownership, and you use the blue line to show what is not part of the site, but in the ownership of the applicant. But we've got 3 blue lines. We've got 2 blue lines indicated, and we have 3 red lines indicated. I don't know why the red line boundary wasn't actually made absolutely clear at registration. And that's one thing. The other thing is you talked about there's already vehicular access to the rear. Well, there is vehicular access to the rear, but this is by putting a dwelling there. It's going so deliveries at the moment there's vehicular access to the rear for that dwelling, but deliveries or visitors will go to the front of the house. All deliveries and visitors will be coming down this track, which might be blocked. So we have a policy 57 designing new buildings, and it says part B is that they must be convenient, safe and accessible for all users. And and also on this policy says that they successfully integrate features such as letterboxes. Where is the letterbox going to go? It's not going to go on the main road, I assume, down, along the shared track. So the letterbox is going to be, what is this going to be called? Something Milton Road, but you're going to have to go off another road to go all the way around to get to this. It just does not seem accessible.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay, back to you then, Tom. Also, aside from the letterbox, perhaps you could just be clear about the other points that have been raised along the way. So, well, we've got deliveries and construction management and all that, so that's on the table already, I think. But cycles, perhaps, where cycles are going, that might be useful to know. Normally, the committee likes to know about that.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, I did indicate that within my presentation previously, but I will reiterate the cycle parking location. So if you just bear with me a second.
Sorry, Tom, missed it.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get the plans to move. So cycle parking is located just here at the front of the dwelling. So that it would be accessed from there, but obviously it could also go around the side it's subjective in regarding which access would potentially be used. There have been appeals on developments along the rear of the site where no car parking was provided, and the inspector considered that car parking should be provided in an instance such as this. So that has been provided in that case. So whether they would use I'll just get the elevations up just to make it clear. So there's a number of doors at the property. So there's the one on the side elevation on the east, which would be located. So I'm just going back through the plans. So that would be located here. And then there's another door which is located here. Which one is the main door or front door? I obviously couldn't comment because it would be down to the owner of whichever property to use whichever door they like, I'd assume. If members wanted a letterbox to be put on there, I could add that as a condition if they were minded to approve. But obviously there are two doors on the property, but which one were to be the main door, obviously I can't comment on that door, on that one. And regarding the different levels, the different styles of red line, the main red line is the one that was indicated at the beginning, which is this one. This is the red line on the plan, and this is the red line that forms part of the development. The reason why these other red lines appear different was just to indicate the curtilage as part of the existing dwelling, and also then the changed red line to the bottom here, which is just to indicate that they would have access, because that was not indicated on the original plan. So I apologise if it's coming across as confusing, but it was viewed as the best way of indicating how access would be taken through, because obviously if this was all included within the red line along here, it then wouldn't be clear how someone would access through. So that's why it was changed to blue to indicate that it's land that they also own. But the red line just to show that this is where the bin and any other access would be through into the garden. So yeah, apologies that there's a number of red lines, but it was more for clarity and to indicate the different levels of curtilage and accesses on the site.
All right, thanks, Tom. That's final questions then. Go to the vote. Councillor Thornborough.
There's no discussion about the trees in the adjacent property to the south, and there have been applications recently where we've refused them because of the impact on trees on adjacent properties, and there's no assessment to the trees. And there's a whole issue about if we allow a building to be built, if they have some cracks in 5 years' time, are they going to have an insurance claim and ask for the trees next door to be removed? And we have no assessment about those trees and whether they're significant or not. And I think that we should have that information. And currently there's a hedge running next to the existing double garage at the back. And we know hedgerows can provide a lot of biodiversity. So what happens with that hedge, please?
Right, there was a mention of trees by the speaker as well, that the speaker claimed that they would be chopped down. I wasn't quite clear if the trees would be on somebody else's land and need to be chopped down, but perhaps you could bring clarity on that, please, Tom, if possible. And also, Councillor Thornborough's questions read out.
Yeah, that's fine. So, I mean, one of the concerns raised by the neighbour is it's a potential boundary dispute. Now, obviously, that is not part of the planning application. Officers can only consider what has been put forward, and obviously, we've questioned and queried the red line ownership. I understand that there are concerns regarding that, but that's a civil matter. The applicant hasn't provided any information which would indicate that they're removing any hedgerows, and obviously they would not be able to do so should it be on someone else's land. So that's clear, but that would be a civil matter irrespective. The trees at the rear, I mean, they aren't afforded any sort of blanket protection or any protection. They're not protected in any way. So, I mean, the applicant, should they wish to do so, could remove those trees tomorrow without any issue. So, officers have considered that the proposal would likely not impact upon those trees, and there are no significant trees that provide any sort of amenity value within that area that would likely be affected. Obviously, the proposal is going to be set off the boundary, partially in that location. But yes, although they haven't provided that level of information, officers not consider that, given that the trees aren't afforded any sort of blanket protection or any protection, that it would be difficult for us to resist the loss, and that includes biodiversity. Obviously, officers have recommended a condition regarding biodiversity net gain, and obviously they would need to ensure that. But if the hedge were to be on a neighbouring land, they obviously couldn't remove that without the neighbour's permission. And should they do so, then that would obviously be a civil matter, as indicated.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Thornborough, you want to come back?
Could we have the condition about foundations to ensure that the trees on the adjacent property are protected going forward into the future? Please.
So I know what you mean, I think, but can you be a bit clearer? So you want a condition on the foundations, don't you, not trees? Yeah.
So when this building is the building is the detail of the foundations, it should take into account the existing trees nearby on the adjacent property to allow for the geological conditions and expected climate change expectations that we know are coming, to ensure that those trees are not compromised by the foundations in the future, and that they're not at risk of being removed because of damage to this building.
Tom, I think Michael's going to reply to that. So, yep.
Thanks, Chair. I think in this case, our feelings officers would be that it would be too excessive to apply that condition in terms of the 6 tests that we have to meet in terms of applying any condition. That's because, obviously, as Tom said, the trees next door, A, they're not being shown as having any work done by the applicant on their information, so they've expressed that they're not doing any work, but also because those trees aren't protected. So as Tom pointed out, technically things could happen to them tomorrow that would have no control over. So I don't think in this case it would be prudent to attach a condition to that effect. I think it would go beyond the realms of the 6 tests of the NPPF, is our feeling. But obviously, just or choice of the committee. But
So to paraphrase, the officer is saying that condition would not be reasonable. We could do an informative, but do you want to argue the point, Councillor Thornborough?
Yes, I think we've made a commitment about biodiversity, and we want to try protecting the biodiversity we've got. And under building regulations, under current building regulations, the foundations will have to be designed to take into account those trees as it is now, but not going forward in the future. And at the Chapel Street application, which we approved, we did use that condition for a tree in the adjacent property, but I think that probably was a conservation area. But regardless of whether the tree's in a conservation area or not, they're still trees that the owners of those trees might choose to remove those trees because they can, but this building, the result of this building being built, shouldn't jeopardize the decisions about whether those trees remain or not going through into the future. That's why we've been talking about this condition. Generally, protect trees nearby wherever we can has been the reason why we've done this.
So, seems to me in planning, not all trees are equal. You seem to be arguing they are. If yes, the officer is going to come back, I think we're going to have to take that as a proposal by you for a condition, Councillor, and then we'll need a seconder and a vote. I think they're just discussing at the moment. Do you want to come back on?
Chair, I don't think it's much more to add. I think that we'd have to, as officers, I think it's about, in terms of applying conditions, for being proportionate in terms of applying those conditions. And whilst trees and their TPOs are in conservation areas, yes, we understand applying that condition. I think if we start applying it to every application that's near a tree, I think it could become quite unproportionate. So that's our worry as officers, Chair. That's what I'd say.
All right, I've got your hands up, don't worry. Tom, you had your hand up to speak. Was it on this matter? Or you put it down now, but you still want to speak?
No. Yes, sorry, Chair. Thank you. Sorry, I can hear myself quite badly. It's quite off-putting, sorry. There is a condition, condition 5, which requires boundary treatment details, and also there's another condition regarding landscaping. So obviously we would secure that by condition, and the trees and any other trees in that location, we could, as officers are aware of the concerns, we could ensure that there is sufficient landscaping which includes some of those trees.
But Tom, it's not on the applicant's site, so is that still the case?
No, but we could make it so that there are new trees and new planting within the site, which would help, which would potentially help with some of the trees, and that's all I can offer in respect to that. But I can only say what Michael said.
That's useful, thank you. So I've got members who want to speak. So, sorry, Councillor Thornborough, did you want to come back? I can't quite remember now. Or you said you'll be something, yes. So next up is Councillor Bennett.
I had a sort of question on Councillor Thornborough's point, which is I note 10.61, there's a reference to a BNG requirement. Can I confirm that there are no trees to which the BNG requirement relates, because they're all off the site and not in the area in which we apply the BNG metric? The reason I'm asking that is because if any of the trees are in the area covered by the BNG metric, I think it would be quite reasonable to add an informative stating that it's easiest to comply with the BNG requirement if the existing trees are retained.
Right, BNG is biodiversity net gain, and Tom, Michael's going to answer that.
Yeah, just to come back, because those trees are off-site, they wouldn't be included in the B&G calculation, for example, no. So the B&G calculation will be on what's in the red line only.
Right, and Councillor Corwin.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it seems to me in relation to the condition that where we've applied it before, it's because the trees have some kind of recognised value, because they're in a conservation area, because they've got individual protection orders on them. I'm talking about the condition Councillor Thornborough is suggesting that. So I wonder if what might be a helpful way forward is if we leave essentially the final decision on that to officers, but have those trees investigated to see whether they're suitable for tree preservation orders or such like, because it may well be that they are of that kind of quality, but just we haven't looked at them properly. So I just wonder if that's a way forward. Go and have those trees assessed to see whether they're suitable for TPOs on them, and then if they are, apply the condition that Councillor Thornborough is recommending, otherwise don't.
Can you respond to that, please, Tom? Hang on.
Yeah, I might have to defer.
Sorry,
to
hang on a
Michael
minute,
as
Tom.
well.
Just want to, before you want to
sorry.
say something as well. Oh, yeah, go ahead then, Tom.
I was just going to say, having conducted a site visit, the trees are, I would say, not of a quality that would result in them requiring a TPO. Also, that I'd obviously have to rely on the council's tree officer, and I think that would be quite onerous given what's being proposed. I mean, I'd have to defer to Michael to see if he has a different opinion or anything in regards to that. Thanks,
Okay,
Chair.
Michael.
Yeah, I agree with Tom. I don't, as much as thank you for the suggestion, Councillor Carling, I don't think it would be reasonable to start investigating whether a tree preservation order could be attached for legal procedural reasons in terms of this as a planning application that's going on anyway, and for the reasons that Tom's outlined. Yeah.
Yep, okay, so we need to get to a conclusion on this one. Members, please, time's getting on. We've got other items to consider. Councillor Porrer.
Yeah, I probably understand officer's point on the trees, depressing as it is. I would definitely support the traffic construction management plan, if that could be added, please. I still have slight concerns about the access and the lack of lighting. I probably think that isn't material, if officers could confirm, but perhaps we could at least have an informative about suitable lighting, because I think that ship has sailed because the house next to it also has access from there. I am also yet again concerned that we've only got a 1 metre passageway. I think I'm right in saying, I'll defer to Michael if he disagrees, or Tom, that we can't reject something because the passageway is only 1 metre, because that isn't part of our local plan. But I would like to urge officers in future, this is 40 metres over the space standard, could have been 20 centimetres slightly to the left, and then we would have had room for a wheelchair to get through to the garden. So I'd just like to note that for future. But my opinion is it's not a material grounds for rejection, but please do correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you. Well, we'll have questions at the answers at the end. Hold on. Councillor Bennett.
This is also regarding the access point, because now I've looked at the map again, I can see that you would have to go all the length of the house, the bungalow, to get to a door that you can access from a wheelchair, because the side door is located in the 1 metre wide passage, so you wouldn't have sufficient turning circle. So the point that I'm making is that wheelchairs, mobility scooters, adapted bikes, cargo bikes, prams, all of those are going to be dependent on the unmade up service road access. Given that only Tom has actually made a site visit, my question for Tom, if he has an elderly grandparent, would he be comfortable with his elderly grandparent using that access?
Yeah, I don't think that's an appropriate question. I think there's this stick to planning law here. But surely, Councillor, if I may just address, just to be clear on what you're saying that you need to access from Milton Road, but surely a person that's a wheelchair user could access from the back, either.
Sorry, I think the problem is turning circle. If you can get down the 1 metre way line, you've not got enough turning space to get in through that side door, so you've got to come all the way to the back, which is very unattractive. And also, just a really basic point, quite a lot of adapted bikes, cargo bikes, etc., are wider than my scooter. And I happen to know my scooter is 39 inches wide, which is pretty much exactly a metre. I wouldn't even try to get it down something like that.
Yeah, I appreciate all of that, Councillor. I mean, maybe I've not explained myself properly, but as far as I understand, there are 2 entry doors to the property as proposed, and that one could access one of those doors from the rear without needing to go down the meter track.
That was actually the point I was making, that the only sort of access is from the door that comes off the service road, and therefore you're dependent on using the service road. And bearing in mind that the officer has made a site visit, I was asking how sort of feasible does he consider that is?
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough.
I think there should be a policy, a condition regarding policy 57 G, so that there is which requires the position of the building names and numbers clearly and ensure that secure letterboxes are conveniently located and accessible from the road. So which road is it going to be from? But I think we need this build, people have to be able to find this dwelling. And the other thing is this red line boundary doesn't make it clear whether this is a dwelling that's used in association with the existing building or not. If the red line boundary encompasses both dwellings, then it's one property. It's not a separate property. So that the description is misleading. The red line boundary is misleading. And I think it should have been advertised with a different red line boundary, because it seems to me that this is implying it's a completely new dwelling and to be used completely separately. So it's change of use from residential garden to a new dwelling. And the blue line, which is the existing property to be retained, should have been clearly as a blue line on the location plan. I think it's misleading. I think the description is misleading. I think, and it's got to be clearer that you do not go to the front of that existing building and then you have no right to access down the side. It's just to take the bins. So all visitors have to go down Kendall Way. And it is going to cause it's going to be really inaccessible. The requirement for M42 to make buildings accessible is completely dependent on the whims of people who use that road. And I don't know whether it's used for the allotments and whether occasionally, it could be really blocked up with cars. But the red line boundary and the description I do find misleading.
Thanks for that. So, Tom, can you respond to those 2 points, please, from 2 councillors?
Yeah, so I'll talk about the red line plan and description first. So because the garden is already residential, you can't change the use, so you wouldn't be able to change the description as such, because it is essentially putting a new building in there, which isn't. I'm just going to get the plan back up, councillors, just so that you can see. I know I've shown it before, but if you just bear with me a second, just while I get that up. I appreciate it is confusing, but as I stated, it was made that way in order to indicate the extent of the ownership and the curtilage as well. So that's the reason why that was the case. So as I've sort of indicated, this would be the curtilage, the new curtilage, and then obviously this is the same. It's just indicating along here that this would be used by people in order to get bins and bikes, and which access someone uses, I can't comment on, because if someone has, let's say no one uses this for no vehicular access, they may well use this as the main access and then round up to the side door. However, if someone has a car, they may end up using this access as the main access. It would be too subjective for myself or officers to indicate exactly which door would be used. And also sort of relating to the description and ownership, they could use both. It's within the red line of the application, so any officers can only make a decision based on those details that have been provided. Regarding, I think the other question was regarding from Councillor Bennett regarding sort of disability access. Once again, I wouldn't be able to comment on this road. The road's private, so it's not a material planning consideration in that sense, because we have once again no control over it. Whether people could use that road, I mean, it is used regularly by people of the allotments and other applicant and other owners along the road. Whether it became more substantial in the future, obviously I can't comment on that. We can only sort of determine the application based on what's in front of us. So I'd be unable to comment further on that in regarding both of those questions in essence.
And so, just to be clear then, you're saying it's policy compliant?
We are saying it is policy compliant, yes, that's correct, Chair.
Thank you. So, councillors, we really are going to have to come to a conclusion on this, but I can see there's still hands up. So, Councillor Thornborough. So,
the existing property is part of the application. So why is there no description about the effect of the existing property? Why doesn't the description include a reduced amenity space, which is the garden, and the loss of a double garage for that property, as well as, and is this new dwelling part of the existing dwelling? Is it to remain it's within one curtilage? So by implication, the red line, if you're right, then it's within one curtilage. So is this dwelling going to be used in association with the existing dwelling, which does happen? You have coach house dwelling, but it has to be used in connection with the existing dwelling if it's within one red line boundary. Where separate dwellings are proposed, the red line goes round that of the new dwelling, and the blue line goes round the retained property. So the description does not actually reflect, well, I don't know, it's confusing. And if I'm confused, I think people who were interested in this application would be confused.
Thank you, Councillor. Can you bring clarity, please, Tom?
Yeah, so the description doesn't need to include the reduction of the garden space because that in itself doesn't require planning permission. The description does, however, include the demolition of the existing double garage and shed, which, yes, is within the ownership of the site. So the description does include that. The ownership of the site, that's a civil matter once, obviously, if permission were to be given, how the applicant whether they were to sell that land off or whatever, that isn't a material consideration at present. All we can consider is that the applicant essentially owns all of the land, including 346. And yes, it may be within the red line, but that's largely to indicate where development is located rather than specific ownership of who will own what. So obviously certificate D, as I indicated at the beginning, has been signed regarding the access path because that indicates that they don't know who owns that land. So just by approving this, for argument's sake, that we're not then indicating that they would also then now own 346 doesn't then now own all of the access road to the rear because, as I indicated, that's private and doesn't have an owner. So just because it's within the red line doesn't necessarily indicate ownership nor use. The application before members is for a new dwelling, and I would assume it would be separate to 346 completely, but whether they kept that within their ownership, once again, is not a consideration for this application.
Right, thanks, Tom. So, members, let's focus our minds on planning matters. There might be aspects to this item that we don't like, but if we're going to that put our hands up to refuse the item, then we need to have it clear in our minds about what it is that we're refusing it for. And just to also say, you know, as a ward councillor in King's Hedges, I'm aware, just very close by to this property application on Gary Drive off King's Hedges Road, there are lots of properties there, I don't know, lots, maybe 6 or something, that all have access to the back of a track. It happens. It's not ideal, but sometimes it happens. And I appreciate this is a new application, but we need to be clear about whether it's acceptable or not for that and other reasons. So that will be shown in the vote. So, Councillor Thornborough?
We have a condition about an accessible letterbox on the road.
Well, I disagree with you.
Because it's policy to comply with the policy.
I mean, I think a letterbox could easily be just a box that fits onto a wall that collects letters. It doesn't have to be a letterbox in a door. It can be what the owner or what the applicant wants to do. I don't see that we need to dictate that to people. But having some sort of receptacle for letters is certainly a useful thing, and I agree with that. But I don't agree myself with the letterbox. But if you want to have a vote on it, we've got a seconder for a letterbox. Yes, okay. So, can we just be clear, Councillor, are you saying it has to be a letterbox and a door, or can it just be a... No, you're not.
Just to comply with our policy 57G, so that if somebody is looking to post a letter, they can find the property, because I don't know how you're going to find this property.
Yes, we can vote on that, and we will, but it seems to me it's blatantly obvious that any applicant and owner, for that matter, or renter, is going to have a letterbox, because it's going to be a useful thing to have, isn't it? Because we receive letters, so I don't see that we really need to do that as planning committee, but let's have a vote. So all those in favour of having a letterbox to collect the letters?
Five, Chair.
Okay, against? Abstentions?
There must be 2 abstentions.
Yeah, okay, right, that's passed then. Okay, so any other questions on the item before we go to the vote? Okay, let's hear the recommendation then, please, Michael.
The recommendation, as set out on page 81 of the committee papers, is for approval, subject to the planning conditions set out below, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers, and a construction and traffic management plan condition, details of paving and the porous material to be used in those, a letterbox condition to comply with policy 57G, the local plan, informative for suitable lighting of access. I have to ask, Chair, that I have here foundation design condition regarding trees. I wasn't sure if that was carried, if everyone wanted that, so no, I won't put that as part of the recommendation then. That is the recommendation, Chair. Thank you.
Just on that one, Councillor Thornborough, I think that was yours. Do you want, we never voted on that. Do you want to put that to the vote, the foundation plan to yes? Okay, do we have a seconder for that foundation? Yes, we do. Okay, so is everyone clear what we're voting on there? Anyone not clear? Okay, all those in favour of that?
Five in favour.
Against? 2, I think.
One against.
1 abstentions. Okay. So that's passed. So that was not recommended by officers, just to be clear, but we as a committee are saying we want that. So if there's any comeback on that, we'll need to deal with that later. Right, okay, so let's go to the vote then. Recommendation's been given. The officer recommendation is approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
It looks unanimous, Chair.
Yeah, thanks very much. Okay, so that is approved. Thank you, and thanks to the statement from the Speaker. Let's have a little break now, because it's a little bit of a touchy item, wasn't it? So I got a little bit annoyed myself there. I apologise for that. So let's have a few minutes and come back at 3:25 or so after having a comfort break. Thank you. Yeah, sorry, 3:35. I can't read the clock. pause. We'll get back on going. Thank you. Welcome back to Planning Committee after a short break. Next item is item 8 at 122 Union Lane. Tom, you're the case officer again. You're busy today. And we've got one speaker, Christopher Mallings, who's the applicant. Is that you? Yep. Hi, Chris. Hello. Good afternoon. So we'll have the presentation first, and then you can speak. If you sit by the public speaker sign there, you get a microphone and everything. So you speak after the presentation. So Tom, if you want to present the item then please first.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry, you'll all probably be sick at the sound of my voice come the end of the day. I'll be haunting you as you sleep. Yes, thank you, Chair. So the application for members today is 122 Union Lane in Cambridge. It is for a ground floor rear extension and then the change of use from a C4, which is a 6-bed HMO, to a sui generis use, which is it would be a 7-bed HMO. It's a resubmission of a previously submitted application. Officers are recommending approval. So this slide just indicates the site location plan and where the site is. So the junction of Milton Road, I'll get my pointer out, you'd think I'd know after the third application. You've got Albury Road, Milton Road, and then Union Lane is just down here. So obviously the site is number 122. It's in a predominantly residential area. The site itself, so it's just a 2-storey dwelling house. At the moment, it's got a garden shed, paved area. What the bin store out the front. What they are seeking to do is to add a single-storey rear extension to the back, which would increase the kitchen, living, and dining area. And then they would be making some internal alterations to create 7 bedrooms within the property. All of them would have en suites. There is cycle storage along the front, and then there would be bin storage would be along the front as well. These are just the existing first floor plans, and then the proposed first floor plans, just indicating that each bedroom will have its own ensuite. They all meet space standards requirements, and it is 1 bedroom per. It's 7 bed spaces, I should say, rather than 7 bedrooms. This is the existing front elevations, side elevations, and rear elevations, and the proposal would just result in a modest single-storey rear extension out the rear. And it would have a brown roof. And then these are just the elevations of the bin and bike stores. Just got some site images. So this is the front of the dwelling. So the bin stores would be roughly in this location, and then the bike storage would be behind the hedge at the front. Obviously, there are no alterations to the front of the dwelling. And then this is just a picture of the rear of the dwelling. So obviously the extension would come out roughly where the double doors are, and would extend out there. It's just a 3D aerial image view of the proposal and obviously the residential nature of the locale. So officers have considered the application. There has been an objection regarding noise. However, officers considered that because of it is an increase of 1 person above the existing use, that this is not an intensification and would not result in excessive noise, and that there's also enough internal space which would be satisfactory for occupiers, and they would not need to regularly use the outdoor space as sort of amenity space regularly. But the proposed development is considered to be appropriate in terms of its character and appearance of the area. It would contribute to the supply of residential accommodation within Cambridge. It would provide acceptable internal amenity space and external amenity space. And as stated, the proposal would only increase the development by 1 person. There has also been an objection regarding drains, but this is considered to be a building control issue rather than a planning issue. So obviously officers are recommending for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Tom. Any member debate? Yes, Councillor Bennett.
I actually sort of don't feel as...
Sorry. I apologise. I forgot the public speaker. I do apologise. So you get 3 minutes to speak, and half a minute before the end, you'll get a bell to go so you know you're coming to the end of your time. So you need to press the button in front of you on the right-hand side, and it will light up red. That's it. So when you're ready. Thanks.
Thank you. Dear committee, I am from the property owner Open Arch, a local family property investment business. This resubmission is a reduction in scale from our original full-width 8-bed scheme, taking into account officer comments regarding layouts and natural light. I note the property central through road location next to a 3-storey block of flats set back from Union Lane. As highlighted by the officer's report, this is a planning matter relating to use rather than physical scale. I note under PD rights, were it occupied by a regular household, we have the option to extend 4 metres into the garden single-storey and full width, as opposed to roughly half width, or otherwise to build back 3 metres over 2 storeys, or indeed seek an upwards extension under the prior approval process. It is further noted that a brown roof would not be required under PD rights. We have previously consulted on the 7-bed scheme with the City Council's licensing team, who have said, I quote, "I can see no reason why this won't be acceptable to us," unquote. I note we are required to reapply to vary our HMO licence upon the completion of works, and this will cater for the finer detail regarding facilities, layouts, and storage, etc. As a company, we have a proactive and cooperative approach with the licensing team and are committed to ensuring full compliance. I note the building is let to the NHS, with whom we cooperate more widely, and this is occupied by nurses. We consider an increase from 6 to 7 occupiers of limited impact given the additional internal space to be created, and we wish to emphasise the proposed works include various improvements such as en-suites and cycle parking. In regard to the neighbours' objections, I would simply agree with the planning officer's summary. For context, I gather that 124 no longer reside in their premises and have relocated up north according to their agent. The property was recently on the open market for sale. In summary, we urge the committee to approve this minor application. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks very much, Mr. So, where we were, Councillor Bennett.
Usually I'm fairly anti-HMOs, but in this case, I actually like the layout because the communal sitting room is also the route to the kitchen, and that means it's less likely that this will end up an 8-bedroom over-occupied HMO. So, for once, I'm actually making a positive comment.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Porrer.
Again, I'm broadly positive about this. Can we add an informative just to recommend low water use fittings? I know we can't insist, but it just seems sensible with the additional en-suites and the concerns. And I just wondered if the officer could comment on the tree loss, because it looks like there'll be 2 at the front and 3 at the side. I'm guessing as they're not protected, that isn't something. But I know there's not a BNG condition, so I don't know whether we can insist on it because it's only an extension, but it would just be useful to have that clarified. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Thornborough.
Yeah, I just would like to say that this is a very nice application to see. The drawings are very clear. I think it's great that this is an HMO with a separate toilet on the ground floor so that visitors don't have to go through a bedroom to use an ensuite bathroom. I think it's great that the bin and bike store is going to have a green roof. So, and there seems to be that it will result in a good living conditions and space for the residents living here. So I think it's a good scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more? No. Okay, so back to you then, Tom.
Yeah, so just regarding the loss of trees, there are bushes out the front. They're not or hedges, I should say. They are not trees per se, but given the nature of development in that area, you are right, Councillor Poran, that they are not protected. Also, the scale of development is not such that we would require a BNG condition either. But yeah, that hopefully answers your question.
So it looks like the hedge is going to go where the bin will be taken away, where the bins will replace them, as far as I can see. Yeah. Okay. Looks like that's all clear then. And yeah, well done to the applicant. It's a very clear set of drawings, and there's real clarity there we can understand, which doesn't always happen, by the way. So thanks for that. So if we're ready to go to the vote, yep, let's have the recommendation then, please.
Thank you, Chair. The recommendation, as set out on page 98 of the committee papers, is for approval subject to the planning conditions as set out below, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers, as well as the addition of informative regarding water use. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. All those in favour of the recommendation?
That's unanimous, Chair.
Okay, so the item is approved. Thank you very much. Thanks to the speaker for coming. Okay, we'll go straight on to the next item, I think, then, if that's okay, members. So 4 Cavendish Avenue. So what have we got? So I think, Jane, oh, hello, good afternoon. You're presenting this item.
I am, yeah.
And we've got 2 speakers. We've got an objector, Stephanie Palmer. Yes, there's a statement, which there might be, and Chris Anderson, the agent. So, Jane, if you want to introduce the item then, please.
No problem. Can you confirm that you can see that PowerPoint slide?
You can see, yeah, Greater Cambridge Shared Planning logo at the moment.
Brilliant. So thank you, Chair. This application is for the erection of one dwelling following the demolition of a triple garage with new access from the highway. So here is the proposal site plan, the location plan. Here's the constraints map. There's currently a TPO to the front of the site, as indicated on this plan. Here's an aerial view of the site. As you can see, the red line is marked out there. Here's the proposed site plan. As you can see, the dwelling to the rear with the accesses to the front. Here's a zoomed in version of the site plan showing the accesses and the TPO marked there as T19. Here's the proposal to the site for the dwelling. As you can see, there's 2 car parking spaces, a cycle store and a bin store.
Jane, do you want to just use your laser pointer, if you can, to highlight the bits you're talking about, just so we can all see clearly which bits you're referring to?
Yep, no problem.
If you're able to get one up.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah, thanks.
So there's a slight delay on my screen to what you can see, so I do apologise. But here's the 2 car parking spaces, bin store and cycle store. If I go back one, this is the TPO T19 here. Here are the proposed elevations. Proposed floor plans. And the recommendation is for approval, as this is a new dwelling in Cambridge. It's considered to be appropriate design and scale, responsive to the amenities existing and future residents, additional replacement planting on site, and there are no highway safety concerns. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Jane. So, speakers. So, Stephanie, are you online? Yes, I can see you are, I think. So, Stephanie, do you want to say your 3 minutes?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but can't see you, but you don't have to see you if it's not possible.
Get the camera on.
Oh, yeah, there we are. Yeah, good afternoon. Hello. So,
Hello.
You've got 3 minutes to speak. A bell will go half a minute before the end, just to let you know we're coming to the end of your time. Okay?
Okay, thank you. My name is Stephanie Palmer. I am the resident of Hills Avenue, and my property is behind and at the side of 4 Cavendish Avenue. And I'm objecting to this infill garden property proposed at the back of 4 Cavendish Avenue for a number of reasons. First of all, my neighbour at 4 Cavendish Avenue is seeking to build a home for financial gain. And in order to maintain the commercial value of her own house, the proposed building is situated as far as possible away from her house and next to mine. So I feel like her potential gain is my loss. My coach house, which is a separate building on my property and a residence, is less than 10 feet away from the boundary where permission is sought to build a new house. If built, this will result in a very crowded corner at the back and side of my property. There'll be 4 residential homes or houses in close proximity. And this corner, and it's not typical for this part of Cambridge to have such dense, to have this quite dense number of houses. I also think that the design of the house detracts from the charming separate 1840s coach house and the adjacent house on 3 Hills Avenue. So it seems to me to be very much out of character with the buildings around it. I'm also very concerned that the proposed buildings will lead to damage to, first of all, a Victorian brick wall, which runs to the side of my property between the coach house and the proposed building site. And it's right on the boundary, and also the Victorian coach house itself, as neither of these buildings have modern day standard foundations. So if the council is minded to give permission to this application, I would ask, if possible, that the plan be adjusted and moved away right from my boundary. Even a few yards would make a huge difference. And certainly at the moment, the garage is not right on the boundary. Secondly, I'm seeking special consideration to be given to my 2 very large apple trees. These are historic apple trees, which I've taken good care of for the last 20 years. They are right on the boundary at the back of my property, and their demise would obviously jeopardize biodiversity. There's also a hedge there as well. And I'm hoping that conditions can be made to protect the tree and the hedge. And I would also ask that the council take into account special conditions, if possible, to protect or avoid damage to the coach house and the wall on the boundary, which have limited building foundations. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Stephanie. Okay. You can carry on, obviously, listening to the debate if you wish, but you can sort of stop sharing your screen now, perhaps. And then we have the next speaker on, who is Chris Anderson, the agent. So, Chris, you're here, are you? Sorry, you're here. Yeah, do you want to go to the back thing there, that public speaker? So in that case, you don't need to stop sharing your screen, Stephanie. So, yeah, welcome, good afternoon. So if you want to just press the right-hand button on your thing, it will light up. That's it, yeah, 3 minutes, half a minute before the end, the bell will go to let you know it comes to the end.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'm the agent for the planning application, Chris Anderson. Members be aware that planning approval was previously granted at Planning Committee in 2017 for a similar single-storey height dwelling, albeit that the dwelling at that time also included basement level accommodation, but the planning approval has since lapsed. The proposed dwelling now is set in a similar position to that previously approved, albeit that the footprint of the dwelling is now slightly larger, providing 3-bedroom accommodation. The design of the property is such that the roofline comprises of low-rise pitched and flat green roof areas, and as such creates no harmful visual impact upon neighbouring properties. Windows to the roofline comprise only of high-level roof lights. There are no dormers, thus avoiding any issue of potential overlooking. The site area sits adjacent to an existing bungalow at number 6A, which was similarly built to the rear of number 6 Cavendish Avenue, and with an access drive running parallel and adjacent to the proposed access of this planning application. It is intended to use the route of the existing access, which currently serves a triple garage block at the end of the rear garden of number 4. Whilst that garage block currently sees little use by the elderly single occupant of number 4, it could of course generate traffic movements by 3 vehicles, whereas the proposed dwelling will provide parking for only 2 vehicles and will also benefit from new cycle storage facilities. The proposed dwelling is of a highly sustainable contemporary design, incorporating both low-rise black zinc and flat green roof areas, electric vehicle charging points. The proposals are compliant with local plan policies, and the planning officer's proposed planning conditions have been agreed by the applicant. Access to the existing host dwelling will be by way of a new access from Cavendish Avenue with car parking at the front of the property and including new tree and hedgerow planting. The existing access to the rear new dwelling will be redesigned at its junction to the Cavendish Avenue footway so that both frontage access drives will have pedestrian visibility displays, which unfortunately the existing access does not currently provide, and therefore provide enhanced highway pedestrian safety. The new dwelling and its access road to and within the building will be fully compliant with Part M for disabled access, Part 4M, sorry, and I would also confirm that as my client owns farmland close to the city, we will be able to provide offsetting of new tree planting if required as part of a biodiversity net gain linked to the proposed planning condition. I would therefore request that members support and approve this planning application. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Okay, welcome to stay there if you want, listen to the debate. So, member debate, just before we go there, there's various matters raised by the speakers, but I'll leave that mostly to members to debate unless I need to bring anything up. But just one thing, just to get out of the way first, perhaps, Jane, if you can just confirm, Jane, whether financial gain on the part of the applicant is a planning matter, please.
So that wouldn't be a material planning consideration.
Thanks for confirming that. Okay, so members debate. Well, there's a lapse, I'll speak. So seems like there are concerns about the brick wall, Jane, and also there was a request to move the application a few yards. I'm not sure whether you can comment on that, Jane. Seems like that would be redesigning the scheme on the table, as they say, and concerns over the apple trees and hedge on the boundary, which might be a pertinent concern for us. The only other thing I'll say while I'm speaking is, in contrast to the previous application we just considered, this is a contemporary design. One of the speakers has said that they feel that it does not then fit in with the surrounding buildings, especially the coach house, I think was mentioned. But contemporary design is not everyone's cup of tea, but it looks quite an attractive building to me. So, Councillor Levine.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. You took the words out of my mouth. You said in contrast to the last application, I can't really make out from this drawing what is going where.
Okay, could you be a bit more specific for Jane to give you responses to?
Chair. I mean, this is just a squiggle of little lines and unreadable print. So, what's going to be built where? Please explain, somebody.
Right, I'll get Jane to go through it. Any more for Jane before I go back, Councillor Thornborough?
Yes, again, it's very confusing how this access. So the front onto Cavendish Avenue, there's a second access being provided for the retained house, which again, I don't know why it's within the red line boundary. It should be blue, but it's so so alterations to the existing house is incorporated in the design for the new house. That's why it's really, really confusing. So really the effect on the existing dwelling, which is something I raised on the last one, needs to be considered. So the existing dwelling has a reduced garden. It does not have a garage in the back anymore. It's having because there's this driveway going down the side, they've got at least a door or a window blocked up And where is the bins and the cycle parking for the existing house? You know, the effect on the existing house needs to be clear. And then one of the things I'm concerned about is the amount of roof lights here, because of the modern design and building right up next to the boundaries, to get natural light and ventilation in, there's a substantial number of roof lights, which we do have a policy about, and I'm concerned that at night it will be a very intrusive amount of additional light in this dark back garden area. So I wonder if the officer could talk whether this is compliant with our light policy control, which is policy 34. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bajan.
Are there any trees being removed?
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so let's go. Oh no, Councillor Pora.
Yeah, I'd also like an update on the trees. I note paragraph 9.43 says, and the applicant referenced this, the biodiversity net gain will be off-site. That is not, I wasn't quite clear whether it's off-site, i.e. in the garden of the house that presumably the applicant already owns, or whether it's further off-site. But, you know, our policy is quite clear that biodiversity net, well, not even net gain, just not losing it, needs to be retained on the site normally, unless there's an extremely good reason. So I'd be interested in the officer's comments on if the reason is that the house is really big. Is that justifying it? I'm struggling. I just also wonder if the officer could just indicate on the plan where the cycle parking is, where the actual parking spaces are, just so I can get my head around that. And I'm also really concerned about the garden size. So I think it says it's 55 metres squared, but it's split over two parts. So to me, does that mean that basically the path is most of that garden? You know, so the access road? Because for a house of that size, and it's welcome that it's over the space standards in some ways, as we say, they're not a target. We want people to have decent sized homes. But this doesn't really seem like the amenity space either works or is big enough. So again, if the officer could just also go through with her red pointer and just show us exactly where we're calculating the garden space and where the two split parts are, that would be great. Thank you.
Councillor Colling.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I have concerns about this one. People may remember a few committee meetings ago, I spoke against an application on the grounds that, quite similar to this one, on the grounds that it violated policy 52. And this has a lot of similarities to that. I mean, I've got policy 52 up. Proposals for development on sites that form part of a garden or group of gardens or the subdivided existing residential plot will only be permitted where the form, height and layout of the proposed development is appropriate to the surrounding pattern of development and the character of the area. Not really. And another one I can pick out, the amenity and privacy of neighbouring, existing and new properties is protected. Not really. And provision is made for adequate amenity space, and as Councillor Forrest has said, not really. So significant issues there on my mind. In terms of the access, it's not really a material consideration because we have to look at the application in front of us, but it really seems a waste to have two access roads to backland developments right next to each other. The adjacent property has exactly the same thing going on, which is a bit unfortunate given that that's more sort of green space being tarmacked over, and we've heard in other applications today, from Councillor Bennett in particular, about sort of drainage implications and things like that. This is kind of excessive tarmacking as well, so that's a bit of a worry. I think really what I'd like input from the case officer on this would be paragraph 9.4 says, since the 2017 application, I assume that says, a new local plan, i.e. the 2018 local plan, has been adopted and the proposed development is considered against the policies of the 2018 local plan. Nonetheless, officers have had to have regard to relevant planning for the site. Now, from my perspective, just because an application was approved under the previous local plan doesn't then mean we have to say now, oh, well, we approved one previously, we need to approve it again. We've got a whole new local plan here. So I'm not sure why officers have had to have regard to relevant planning history for the site. If officers actually consider that this one's against the current local plan. So I'd be grateful to just have some clarification on that, please.
Right, okay, back to you then, Jane, please.
Thank you, councillors. Please bear with me a second while I share my screen and go through the plans. This may jump around your points to cover what I have on the plans. Bear with me a second. So this is the site location plan. It has been altered through the determination of this application. One of the reasons being the impact that it would have had on T19, being this TPO that was raised by the tree officer at the time. So because of that, there has been additional access provided. Councillor was concerned about having too many accesses. So this is the one here. If you can see, my mouse already exists. I can't get the red laser pointer up at the moment. I can only do that on a PowerPoint, and it wouldn't be good enough to show you these plans. So this is the existing access already. This is the neighbouring one, as mentioned by Councillor, to another backland site already. It may be due to land ownership issues, other reasons why, but this already exists. This is the new access here that's being provided for number 4. So it will go into what's already there for front garden, this part here. In regards of car parking, cycle and bins, we don't have details of what exists already for number 4. So that would be in their gift to what they already have. This application only concerns their new access to this site. In regards to what's going on where, so this is the current access that's going to be used for the proposed dwelling. This is the new access here, this curved one, which is being proposed for the current house. And as I scroll down, so this is the access here going alongside number 4. If I scroll down a bit further, I will zoom in slightly. There was a slight delay. So these are the 2 car parking spaces here that are being proposed. We have a gate access into the site with wheelie bin storage here and cycle parking storage here. I should have mentioned at the top of the site is bin storage for roadside collection. And then this here is the dwelling itself. This part here is the private garden that's being proposed, along with this courtyard at the back. In regards of roof lights, as you can see that they're marked on with these squares here. Officers have considered that this is acceptable amount in the design of the dwelling. How they're to be screened, curtained, that would be entirely up to the applicant or who would be living in the site itself. Any of the properties could put in additional lighting at the back of their garden if they so wished. It's probably not something that we can condition to restrict the amount of lighting from the house. Bear with me, so I'm just going through my notes. Paragraph 9.4 was referred to about the old history of the site. The history of the site is a material planning consideration when determining an application. So this application was determined in 2017, so it would have had until 2020 to run to. So we would consider that as part of the original scheme. In regards of the design of the property, in regards to policy 52 of the local plan, in the officer's report, from paragraph 912 onwards, the officer considers the design of it and that it's acceptable in this location, as in part of, bear with me a second, 916, it says the proposed dwelling by virtue of its location scale would not be evident from the public highway and would have limited impact on the visual amenity and character of the area. Given its scale and location, the proposed dwelling is considered compatible with the character of the area and compatible with the pattern of backland development in the surrounding area. As you can see, there has been other backland in the area. trees was another concern that was raised. There was a tree assessment made. Bear with me, I'm just trying to find it. This was the arboricultural impact assessment that was submitted as part of the application. These are the trees that were considered at the back of the site in red, the ones to be removed. I zoom in slightly there. The neighbours' trees weren't considered as part of this application, but as they're not protected by a TPO or in a conservation area, these were the only ones that considered at the time in the arboricultural impact assessment. I think I may have covered everything, but please let me know if I haven't, if I've missed anything.
Maybe. Firstly, Councillor Levine, was that clearer than before? Thank you. Okay.
It was a little clearer, thank you.
Councillor Porer.
I think I'd ask for how we could justify an off-site biodiversity net gain. There's a considerable tree loss here. I do understand that they're not protected and they're not necessarily significant category A trees, and I do appreciate they've kept the TPO'd one. But for me, off-site biodiversity net gain has to be exceptional, and often for larger sites, the only reason they can't be done here is because they've built such a big house on such a small space with such small gardens, and I have concerns about that. So I'd just be grateful if the officer could confirm what they mean by off-site, because I'm not clear if it's the next door garden or if it's further afield, literally. And I have concerns about that, because I don't think we should be agreeing off-site when it could have been made on-site if the development was appropriately sized with a reasonable garden. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. I'm assuming that the number of trees being lost doesn't count the threat to the 2 apple trees over the fence. So it's actually, which are so close, I think they have to be impacted. So that's actually a tree loss of 16 trees. I'm aware that the new BNG rules do permit off-site replacement in exceptional circumstances. However, off-site replacement will not give any protection against a local urban heat island effect. And for that reason, I share Councillor Porrer's concerns, and I'm not happy to see it here. So I think my question is whether Jane could confirm that it's actually 14 plus 2, meaning plus the apple trees at risk.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bagent.
Chair, whilst the officers tried to explain what's going on here, I'm really concerned as to which house this is in Cavendish Avenue. There doesn't seem to be a location plan in relation to other premises. And so I'm looking on Google Earth and I don't know which house this is. So I don't think we've got enough information unless the officer has another plan that we're not aware of. I don't think there's enough information here. I mean, before we even begin to talk about whether it's acceptable, I want to know where it is.
Well, it's number 4, if that's any use, but let's go back to the officer on that then. So, number 4, Cavendish Avenue. So, Jane, do you want to respond to those, please?
Thank you, Chair. So if I can show my screen again. In regards to the trees that would be lost and impacted on, the lost ones are only considered on this site. So it would just be these trees. As you can see, it's taking a time to just load up. Surrounding trees that have been part of this consideration are noted on this plan. So these apple trees at the bottom were either considered by the arboriculturist at the time of writing this that they wouldn't be impacted on because they'd be either too far away or out of scope. So they haven't been included. So I can only assume, and I'd hate to do this, but that they either wouldn't be impacted on because they are outside of this plan that's been submitted by the arboriculturalist at the time. In regards to the off-site contributions, we have condition 6 as part of this application that talks about the hierarchical approach to BNG, first being on-site, and then part 2 is full details of the respective on and off-site BNG requirements. So it's part of our policies that we have at the moment and conditions that we're proposing, that if it can't be provided on-site, and it's normally requested that the majority is, and then it would be off-site instead. In regards of which dwelling, I have this constraints plan, but this is taken, and this is the site location plan that was provided. So it's this dwelling that's going in here at the back along Cavendish, and we have houses there. I don't know if that one would make it clearer. I don't know if, I think that was all the questions. If there isn't, please let me know what I've missed.
Yeah, okay, Jane. Still more to come, I think, but just go back to that plan that showed the trees, will you please? For my benefit and others, I suppose. That's it. So you sort of wiggled around your pointer at the bottom there, read the apple trees. So on another plan, there seems to be at the bottom of the site, the south end of the site shown on, assuming north is up. There seem to be 3 trees marked. So which 2 of the 3 are apple trees? Do you know that? The apple trees that are of concern?
Which other plan's that, sorry?
Yeah, okay. It's the one, it's proposed site plan. So there seem to be 2 overlapping slightly smaller trees and one slightly bigger.
Oh, these ones
tree.
here.
Yeah, that's it. Which of those are apple trees? Do you know?
I wouldn't know, sorry.
Okay. So, because I'm just trying, it might have been useful, but maybe not if we don't know, but clearly the one on the right, the bigger one, is next to the proposed building, although it may be a more lightweight building as a single story, which might impinge on its root system. But the other 2 are away from the new construction, so might be less important, but I don't know, so I guess we can't go further on that. So, Councillor Thornbury, you wanted to ask something?
So I'd like to know where the bins, how the existing building is affected by this loss of backland and the what is called a garage. So where are the bins and the bike stores for the existing house, and whether the officer considers the substantial reduction in their garden is adequate. I also, I'd like to know whether the officer has any site photographs of this area at the back, because it talks about a garage being demolished, but if you look on Google Maps, there is no track to the back. It appears to be all grass. It's all green. There is not a dirt track to the back. So it's not just the loss of trees. It's a loss of a completely green area from the beginning of the number 4 all the way down the side to this property. And Councillor Porritt is right. Our aspirations for net biodiversity gain is 20%, not 10%. It's 20%. The legal requirement is 10%, and it's absolutely that we want as much as possible on site. So, maybe 10% on site and maybe 10% off site. But if you've got flat roofs, or you could do, biodiversity could have been a main principle for a design in this area, and that doesn't seem to be a principle that's led this design. So I'd like to see some site photographs of that area at the back if the officers got that, including the building that's being removed. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Corlin.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I agree with a lot of what Councillor Thorne has just said. We can see these sort of 3 apparent garages on the site location plan, but when you sort of look at online maps and things, there's nothing there. So it'd be good to get some clarity on that. I just wanted to comment, Chair, on the point you were making about the trees. The objector is still on the call, I imagine. I know it's not normal practice, but you could ask for a very brief clarification as to which ones it is, if that's something you're minded to do.
So did you say the objector?
Yes.
I can see the objector's got their hand up as well to speak. So normally, Stephanie, we don't engage in debate with speakers during our debates as councillors, but if you can just tell me what it is you want to say without actually saying it, and then we'll decide where we go from there, please.
Okay, I think the question is, where exactly are these apple trees? Is that
Yeah,
the
okay,
query?
so what I was going to say, I was thinking of asking you that. So yes, if you could tell us if those 2 overlapping trees on the plan are the apple trees, or whether the big tree is an apple tree as well, that'd be useful.
They are very large apple trees, yes, and they're right on the border, yes, on the boundary.
So there's 3 in total then, not 2?
There is 2. The other one is a little further back from the boundary.
Okay, it's just the site plan shows 3, but
Yes.
no others, that's all. Okay, so
That's-
I think we can take it that they're all apple trees then, and one of them especially will be affected potentially.
That's right.
Okay, thanks, Stephanie, thanks for that. Cheers. Okay, where are we? Back to Jane, I think. Jane?
So in regards of what the current house has now and what they will be losing or gaining in regards of bin storage, cycle storage, so this is the existing plan at the moment for the current house number 4. At the moment, it doesn't indicate what cycle parking or bin storage they have. However, we could add a condition for details of number 4 cycle and bin storage. If I scroll down to the bottom, it doesn't show that it's at the garages that to be removed either. So where they have it, we don't know. It wasn't indicated on the plans to us. I don't have any site visit photos. I've only just picked up this application as the current presenting officer is off sick at the moment, so I don't have any photos. I only have this presentation that I showed you earlier, so I won't be able to show you anything specifically. However, in the arboricultural impact assessment, they have provided some photos, which, bear with me, I will grab up. So these are photos taken in the arboricultural impact assessment in Appendix 2. This shows the current access as is to number 4. This shows the garages are to be removed. And then this is looking back from the garages down the track, down to the front of the property. This is looking further into the site. That's all the photos that I have access to.
All right, thanks very much. Michael, you want to say something?
If it helps, Jane, I was just going to point out that in the design and access statement on page 1, there are a few more photos that may be of help if you have access to that document. But
I do. Perfect, thank you. Please bear with me. My computer has been incredibly slow at the moment.
Is it a short one, councillor? Yeah, go ahead.
Just, we had a discussion about the red line boundary at for the last application, which included a route that wasn't in ownership. This application includes a access across the highway verge. Why doesn't the red line boundary go around the access required from the site to the road? Why is that red line bit missing? Thanks.
Yeah, I don't know if Jane managed to catch that, but she's looking.
No, sorry, can I put that one to Michael? I've missed half the question. Sorry, while we're finding this, if that's okay.
You carry on looking for that then, Jane, and Michael, please.
Yeah, I don't have the full history because I know this application was amended. But I think for the purposes of committee, what's in front of us is okay. It might be something perhaps after committee if we could just investigate, and then if it did need to be extended, we might need to bring it back to committee. At this moment in time, I don't know, but yeah, usually the red line would extend out onto the verge part. So perhaps I might suggest that after committee officers investigate, and then if it needs to be amended and corrected, we can do that.
Okay, councillor? Yep. Right, Jane, have you found that document? Oh, well done. Okay. So it's on screen, and Jane, if you want to speak to it.
It is. Okay, that's good. So this is the garden as is existing at the moment. These two middle pictures here. And these are a bit of a better photo at the bottom of the garage that's to be removed. Here. I believe that's all the photos that were in there. Let's scroll back up to the top.
Okay, all right, thank you. So the only thing that's outstanding for me, Jane, is we've had a bit of a chat earlier in other items about whether proposed applications can have their foundations made more substantial, I suppose, to accommodate the root structures of trees close by, if there are trees close by, so that trees aren't affected going forward, and in fact the buildings aren't affected by the tree roots going forward, so the two live in harmony together. So is that something that we can consider here, do you think, or not, as a condition?
If it comes to chair through you, if I can come in, I think that condition that we recommended earlier, I think given that these trees do have amenity value, I think it would be reasonable to have a condition to that effect in this case, if you're minded to do so.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. I'd say you understand what I'm saying, do you, Jane?
I didn't hear the condition that you mentioned earlier,
Yeah.
but if that's the discussions you've had already, that's understandable.
It's basically about, I mean, if you agree as case officer, about creating a situation where the trees, if they continue to grow or throw roots out, that they don't then cause cracks in a new building that's been built adjacent to them. So basically it means that in building the structures, the foundations need to be a bit better than average, I guess, to make sure that's happening. So that it's a technical factor, but I know it does happen in building that can be done, and it seems like a sensible move here, and Michael has said that will be okay as a condition. So if nobody's speaking against that, let's do that, I think. Yeah. Right. Okay. Any more factors? Yeah, Councillor Bora.
I'm just still really not confident that I feel very positive about this. To quote Councillor Carlin, policy 52, which is about backland development, it's got to be an appropriate form, height and layout and appropriate to the area. Now, I do know this area, there was a by-election recently, I've done a lot of door knocking around there. There are a lot of random buildings stuck at the back. But this just feels so much bigger than the garages that are being demolished. And I'm really uncomfortable with not having a biodiversity net gain on site. You could see from those photos it's densely vegetated, if that's a word. It's verdant, and that for me is the character of the area as well. So we're going to put the house on, we're going to have a small patio, a little bit of garden. I cannot see how the biodiversity net gain can be achieved on site And that, we don't have an officer from that team here, but, so we're going to end up off-siting a load of biodiversity in a really verdant area. So we're kind of, in my view, that has some conflicts with policy 52. It says it needs garden space sufficient, and that needs to include tree retention. That's 52B. And C talks about adequate amenity space. That's probably, on a technicality, it's probably enough for table and chairs and stuff. But, this size of house in this area, you would expect to have a bigger garden. I am slightly reassured by what the officer showed me. It's better than I thought it was. But to me, I'm not sure it's good enough at the moment, I'm afraid. And particularly the biodiversity, because the only reason we can't achieve it on site is because this building is too big. And that, to me, for a backland development, suggests it's not subservient and we're cramming too much into the space, I'm afraid.
All right, thanks for that. That's very clear. Any more? Yeah, Councillor Bennett.
I do support what Councillor Katie Porrer has said. I do not feel we have enough information on which to make a safe recommendation for approval. And I'm particularly concerned about the afterthought about the biodiversity off-site. We've not even been given a plan for that. And, loss of 12 trees and a threat to 2 more, particularly fruit trees, which are 20% more biodiversity gain than an ordinary tree, seems a very poor trade for one backyard property.
Yeah, so just to be clear, we have mitigated for that matter of the fruit trees, haven't we, with better foundations adjacent, so that's the factor, I
To
guess.
be fair, Chair, we've made a condition. We do not have the knowledge base to understand whether that is actually even an achievable condition.
Righto, okay, Councillor Bajent.
Chair, I'm still a bit confused as to what the layout is here. And I'm thinking that really I regret to say that I need to go and look at this site. And I think that what we've got is a very big house which is going to end up with a very small garden. Now, the Bijou property at the bottom, maybe you can design that around the idea it's going to be a small garden, but this is a big house and it's not ending up with much garden. I'd like to go down and have a look. Is that a possibility? Would that be an overstatement to ask for a deferral?
Well, you could have requested a site visit earlier on before it came to committee, but at this stage we'd have to defer and look to get a site visit if we could, so that would be an option. I mean, when you say it's a very big house, it's 150 square metres, that's... We've had houses of 600 square metres in this committee. Councillor Thornborough.
I have real concerns about biodiversity net gain in what is proposed here. In our existing local plan, forget the additional legislation that's come through, we've already got a requirement for designing new buildings to maintain or increase levels of biodiversity. So I would, even if we were just to say we've got to maintain the level that's there on site, I think it's a really important principle, and that has not been shown. And again, if we're losing fruit trees, they're hugely biodiverse. Again, as I said, 20 times more biodiverse than a non-fruit tree.
Sorry, 20 times or 20%?
20 times. 20%.
Anybody have that?
Anyway, a lot more. I'll double check.
I think you just misspoke. I was just being clear. So you said 20 times more, but it's 20% more. But just to be clear, again, the fruit trees are not something that are being taken away. They may be under threat, potentially, as has been discussed, but they are not being taken away by this application. So we need to be clear on what the arguments are here. So, and also, I think, councillors, you need to be aware on what your reasons for refusal would be should you wish to refuse this item. Because we need substantial planning matters on how we're going to refuse it. And for example, biodiversity net gain can be provided off-site. Under policy, you're arguing, councillors, that you want it provided on-site. Councillor Carling.
Thank you, Chair. So I think some of this comes back to the point I raised earlier about there's a part of that report that says officers do view this as conflicting with a number of the 2018 local plan policies. So if we're looking at reasons for refusal potentially, it would be interesting to hear from the officers which specific policies that paragraph refers to. And I know the question I asked earlier has partially been answered by Jane around the history of the site being a material planning consideration, but this comes back to the fact that the last one was approved under a different local plan. This report admits that the current local plan is not met by the application. So which specific policies did officers have concerns about?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a straightforward answer, I believe, but I'll let the officer answer that. So, Jane, can you answer the play-off between local plans about the local plan and the emerging local plan and how we take those into account, please?
So just to confirm, oh sorry, I can hear myself. The paragraph that's being referred to then.
Just hold on a minute, Jane. Did I say the wrong thing there? Councillor Thornbury, you said I was wrong. So do you want to put it right? You know more than me.
Chair, sorry, we're not referencing the emerging local plan, just the current local plan and the local plan before the current one.
Apologies, I misspoke. Okay, back to you, Jane.
So just to confirm, it's paragraph 9.4 then that the council would prefer clarification on. Can I just confirm that?
Yes, that's right. It was paragraph 9.4.
Okay, so as part of a material planning consideration, we consider what has been permitted on the site beforehand. And the officer here is referencing that in 2017, we approved something else on site and that it would have been extant until 2020. They hadn't discharged any of their conditions. It was just referring to it that way. In the rest of the report, the officer goes on to talk about how this application is acceptable in their view, that the design, amenity, impact on neighbours. However, if councillors don't feel that that is the case, that could possibly be drafted as a reason for refusal. Instead, if we could have guidance on what the specific parts of the paragraph would be in the policy.
Is that clear, councillors? Councillor Colling, you got your hand up.
Forgive me, sorry, I may have misunderstood or I may not have been clear enough in my question. I understand the point that Jane is making about there was an extant position under a previous local plan. It's the specific words which I'm querying here from the words is considered against the policies of the 2018 local plan. So this suggests to me that officers have had concerns about this application conflicting with the current local plan, and I'm asking what part of it has caused those concerns, irrespective of the kind of, well, yes, there was a previous application, and I take that point. Part of the current local plan has this application raised concerns about? And sorry, I know that Jane's taken on this application recently, and it's quite a detailed question, but I'm asking this because that may give us indications as to potential reasons for refusal, if that's how the committee is minded.
So, Jane, Michael would like to answer that, so he'll step in if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Councillor Carlin, I think that where it says considered against, it means considered in the context of, if that makes sense. So considered in the current policy climate, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, I see. So just
sorry,
clear
couldn't
wording.
spell
Yeah,
it
fine.
yeah.
It's planning speak, yeah. Okay, thanks for that. That's good. So, Councillor Bennett.
I hate to be a broken record, but officers are always telling us we can only make a decision on what's put before us. And from what I understand, we do not have a BNG reprovision plan provided. We just have a statement that the owner owns another site on which off-site BNG could be made. Is that actually correct? Because if that is the case, I do not see how we can approve now if we haven't had a BNG plan provided.
Right, okay. Is writing enough, Jane, or do you need a picture as well? Can you confirm?
So under condition 6 for you, Chair, it refers to what would be acceptable under BNG, what we would allow if on-site couldn't be met, it would be off-site on top of. In the BNG report that's been submitted as part of this application, and this condition number 6 was requested by our ecology officer as well, in light of their BNG report.
Right, thanks, Jane. Is that clear for you, Councillor Bennett?
I am glad to have the information that there is a BNG report, but is it possible to see some of it or have a description? Because it is actually quite a big leap in the imagination that it is possible to re-provide 12 trees, plus loss of a considerable area of garden vegetation, plus an uplift. We're told that there is a potential off-site, but we have no information about this. I repeat, I'm told that we have to make a decision on the information put before us, and this is not information put before me.
Yeah, well, what we've got is what we've got, I suppose. But Jane, is there anything we're missing here that we've not noticed in terms of information?
So the BNG report was part of the application. It's been online and was submitted originally with the proposal. And in it, it says the applicant owns a farm within the Greater Cambridge planning area and is considered creating an offsetting habitat on this farm. Therefore, should the LPA be minded to grant planning permission, we recommend an appropriate area of, I'm going to probably pronounce this wrong, I do apologise, metamorphic grassland is created to offset the loss of 0.5662 biodiversity units as calculated using the SSM matrix on this farm. Or should this not be proved possible, to make a financial contribution to another appropriate biodiversity offset scheme within the same LPA natural area as the application site based on these units are required. Recommended the offset be subject to a planning condition. So that's the planning condition that's proposed under number 6. That's standard practice that if biodiversity can't be provided on site, then it's provided through off-site credits on a different scheme.
Right, so the information was provided. We have it. The biodiversity net gain can be provided off-site through policy compliance. So, councillors, I can see a couple of you shaking your heads on this, but where are we with planning reasons here? So, Councillor Porrer.
So my understanding is the off-site is a last resort. For example, you might be building somewhere where it's impossible to achieve that, or you might be near the airport where you can't put trees in. But here, the only reason we can't achieve it on site is because the building, for me, is too big for the site. So for me, that engages policy 52. That tells me that it's a cramped development. It's also a verdant character in the area. I mean, a slightly different issue, but the point is removing those trees and putting them somewhere else actually damages the aspects of that area that are valued. So to me, I mean, I'm not minded to support any deferral. I'm quite happy to move to a vote, but I have concerns for me about policy 52 and that this is a backland development that's too big for the site it's on. You know, this is, you know, it's unfortunate that the house it's built next to is so far set back. Obviously, if that was further up the plot, there'd be more room. But, you know, the more I look at it, if you look at this picture of it, compared to the character around and the loss of trees and the fact the biodiversity is going to be off-site somewhere in Greater Cambridge. I mean, I think we have that for large sites. I'm looking at Councillor Thornbury, but it's normally for large sites we would pick an area we feel would have the most impact. But here, it's about the verdant character. So it's not even being replaced next door. It's off-site. And for me, I feel that whilst I take the Chair's point that we have a BNG report, that shows me that this development is too big for the site, which for me is under policy 52.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Thornborough.
Yes, I agree with Councillor Porrer. In our current local plan, we have under policy 57 maintaining or increasing the level of biodiversity. So the new biodiversity net gain legislation is meant to be on top of what we've got, not reducing the biodiversity to something much lower than we've got. So even if we chose not to use biodiversity net gain, I suggest we could that this would not be policy compliant on policy 57.
Thank you. Councillors, I think it was Councillor Bajan that's mentioned earlier the suggestion that we might want to defer. Now, I don't know if you want to continue with that, Councillor Bajan, and have a seconder and a vote, or whether you're content now with the information you've got in front of you to go to the vote. It's in your hands, Councillor.
Well, I'm really concerned about the related dwellings, the things either side. I can't really picture in my mind how that new extension fits in with everything that's around it. I still think that the reduction in the existing house's garden is inappropriate to an extent that it leaves it as a really big house with very small garden. Looks wrong, is wrong. We're losing biodiversity, so without a site visit, I will vote against, Chair.
Michael, did you want to say something?
Yeah, just before you go to the vote, Chair, it was just to say that I think from a planning perspective, in terms of if you were minded to refuse the application, I think on grounds of policy 52, in terms of those character and appearance arguments, I think they would be valid planning grounds to do so. I think where we as officers are a bit more hesitant is about this issue of biodiversity net gain. Because strictly speaking, in terms of this national policy and legislation, they're demonstrating that they're meeting the requirements of the Environment Act, even if it is providing that off-site. So I'd just like to make that point that, yeah, if it is minded to head in that direction, policy 52 in terms of the loss of trees and loss of the verdant character of the area, for example, I think we're perfectly happy to help draft some wording for. I think where it gets a bit tricky legally might be with the biodiversity net gain aspect being within that reason. So that's my advice, if that's okay.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's useful. Councillor Corling.
Thanks. Can I ask for the officer's specific view on looking at policy 57 part, which one is it? H. So that one says, high quality new buildings will be supported where it can be demonstrated that they include an appropriate scale of features and facilities to maintain and increase levels of biodiversity in the built environment. So that's not talking about the net gain. That's talking about, that's just an existing local plan policy. Do you have a view on that specifically?
Shall I go to Jane on that, or do you want to?
I'm happy to come back. I'm happy to talk about in terms of loss of biodiversity or harm to biodiversity, for example, is fine. But I think throwing in the net gain not being on the site, I think would get into some tricky grounds. But if you're talking about harm to biodiversity, then yes, you're perfectly within your rights to include that as a policy reason. That just making a differentiation between harm to and the net gain aspect, that's all.
Okay, we're getting into the area now where we're thinking about reasons for refusal, which we can get to later if we need to. So I just want to bottom this suggestion of a deferral out. Is there any other do you want to propose a deferral, Councillor Bajent? Let's be clear on this. Because it's a route we can go down, we can potentially have a site visit, and there's no reason why we couldn't arrange that if that's thought to be a good idea, and then and the applicant maybe has time to consider what we said in committee, or we can go to the vote.
Chair, I'm not on best form today, I don't feel well, but I'm uncomfortable turning something down when I think that I really don't know enough about it. I want to see this area. The biodiversity loss is colossal for everybody, so putting it somewhere else doesn't help. It's not only about the premises that's going to be built or the existing premises, it's about all the premises around it. So I would propose.
Sorry, you said you want to have a deferral?
I will propose a deferral for a site visit.
Is there a seconder for a deferral? Right, so let's have a vote on deferral then. All those in favour of a deferral on the basis of what's been discussed so far? All those against? Right, okay, not deferring then. So let's go to recommendation then, please, Michael.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation, just bear with me. As set out on page 119 of the committee papers, is approval subject to the planning conditions and informatives as set out below, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers. A condition for cycle and bin storage regarding number 4, the host dwelling. A foundation tree design condition, and delegation to officers regarding correcting the red line to show the full access onto Cavendish Avenue.
So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation? Against?
6 against, Chair.
Okay, the item is refused. So hang on a minute. Against, yeah, we're in limbo, aren't we? Yeah, neutral, yeah. So we need to get reasons for refusal now. So we'll adjourn for, actually, 10, 15 minutes? 10 minutes. Yes, Keith.
Chair, could I suggest then that the light of the time we've now got, which is 5 o'clock, that you have the debate on the policy reasons for refusal, and then you defer to officers to draft the reason for refusal in consultation with Chair, Vice Chair and spokes, and proceed on that basis. Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, we've done that before. That sounds like a sensible move. If everyone's okay with that, no one against. Okay, so members, hands up on reasons, then please. Councillor Thornborough.
I think quite a few of policy 57, which is designing new buildings, are relevant, about the setting of the site, the scale, height, scale and form.
Speaking to your microphone.
Sorry, the 57A, 57B, I think 57D would relate to the existing building because there is no refuse or recycling or bicycles parking shown. And also 57H, which is the reference to maintaining and increasing levels of biodiversity, which hasn't happened. So not, personally for me, I would also, I suggest the policy regarding light levels, which I can tell you the policy in a minute.
Okay, Councillor Fora.
Yes, I agree with Councillor Thornborough. I think policy 52 for me, which is the subdivision of existing plots, particularly A, which is form, height, layout, is appropriate to the surrounding pattern and the character. And for me, I would like to explicitly talk about the verdant character, because that is a character. Policy 52B, sufficient garden space and space around existing dwellings is retained, especially where these spaces and any trees are worthy of retention due to their contribution to the character of the area and the importance of biodiversity. So I'll leave it to officers, but you get where I'm going with that. It's the biodiversity. And possibly C, amenity and privacy of neighbouring existing properties, but I think you probably addressed that actually. But I do still have some concerns about the amenity space, but I'm guessing officers will say it probably is policy compliant in that it's big enough. But for me, we've done a rejection for these before where we talk about a cramped backland development that isn't subservient, and that's kind of where I'm sitting with this one, particularly because of the space round it, interestingly, not necessarily the building design per se. It just, if you look at it, it just doesn't sit right with the rest of the character of the area. So, and I do agree about the off-site. If there's any way of incorporating that, you know, even if it's to note that there's no details provided so that we couldn't have confidence that it was anywhere that would contribute to the local area, that would be useful. But I understand officers will need to go and have a think.
Yeah, thanks for that. Councillor Bagent.
Yeah, I agree about all of that, Chair, too congested. And I don't know if it's a reason, but the plan is to cut a pathway across the grass verge, and does that not need special planning permission?
Application to the County Council. Councillor Thornborough.
Yes, policy 34B, which is about light pollution, and it says that it does not demonstrate that upward and intrusive light spillage is minimised.
Okay, any more? Yeah, Councillor Carlin.
Thank you. I'm not sure of the specific policy number, but I mean, I had general concerns about just the design of the buildings as well. They are very much not in keeping with the surrounding area. We've got sort of black charred timber boarding making up a decent chunk of the building. So it's not in character design-wise either, and I'm sure that's probably something we can consider.
Okay, thanks. So just to be clear for the applicant or the agent, maybe who's still here, we're just saving a bit of time here to get our reasons for refusal, and then, as was said, they'll be written down and checked with Chair, Vice Chair and spokes, and then they'll be passed on to the applicant, won't they? Is that right? Yeah. Yep. We don't normally engage in debate with the applicant or the objector. Yeah. I appreciate your dismay. I think one member certainly, but these are things to pick up with officers after the event, really. But if you will do that, that will be good. Thanks. So, any more reasons for refusal, members? Okay. Right. Well, yeah.
Chair, would you like me to do a recap of what we've just gone through? Yeah. Thanks. So, in terms of the reason for refusal, we would be quoting policy 52 criteria A in terms of it not being appropriate to the verdant character of the area. Criteria B of that policy in terms of not having sufficient garden space and the impact on trees. Criteria C was also referenced, with up to do with the cramped backland development aspect. Then we've got references to policy 57, specifically A, B, D. D is in terms of the existing building, in terms of no refuse / cycling details being shown. Criteria H in terms of the requirement to maintain and increase biodiversity. To reference in the reason for refusal somewhere that there is no details of the off-site B&G to be provided. Policy 34B to be referenced regarding the upwards and intrusive light spillage. And finally, reference to be made to the fact that the materials are not in character with the surrounding area. That's why I've written down here, Chair, so if members want to clarify anything, we'll come back, please do.
Any more required, members, or are we good with that? Yeah, so could we take a vote on those reasons then, please? All those in favour of those reasons for refusal?
No. 6 approve the reasons.
Against?
1 against, Chair.
Yep, that's it then. So they'll come back to Chair, Vice Chair and spokes. So thanks very much for the debate, very good. And thank you to the speakers. So we'll just take a couple of minutes break, shall we? And then we've got the reports after that, all right? So, yeah, come back in not too many minutes, please. Let's get the last bit done. Thanks. Chris. Okay, welcome back after a break. So next item is item 10, appeals information. Toby is going to introduce that item. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So this is now a monthly item for members. There are two appeal outcomes to note, mainly. The first one is Diva Court, which was a member overturn at committee last year. If members recall, that was an upper storey extension to a block of flats. It was refused for various reasons, including lack of amenity space for the flats. The inspector allowed that appeal, unfortunately. And the second appeal of note is 237 Hills Road. This came to committee again last year with an officer recommendation of refusal. Members agreed with officers and that application was dismissed by the inspector. This is a really interesting appeal decision, actually. It talks about, in particular, the relationship between the dwellings and trees, particularly a walnut tree, and the future pressure for removal of that tree in relation to future occupiers' amenity. So if members wanted to see or look at an appeal that deals with tree issues and future pressure for pruning, it is well worth looking at 237 Hills Road. Lastly, to note, we still haven't received the appeal decision on the Jewish synagogue on Thompson's Lane, and that there is a recent appeal that's been received in relation to the Grafton House Mates Causeway application that was overturned at committee last year. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Toby. There seems to be an IT problem going on at the moment. Do we need to do anything about this, officers, or do we just carry on?
I would suggest just carrying on with a verbal report, Chair.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So, members, any comments or questions on anything that's Toby said or anything he hasn't said? Councillor Pora.
I was probably pleased to see that we'd rejected those pavement outside things with the I can't speak, the screens. So I'd just be very interested in an update when that comes through. Have they gone through as a block appeal then, or have they all gone through individually?
Not sure, Councillor.
Yeah, no, I'm just interested because I didn't comment as a ward councillor because I'm on planning, but yeah, those are quite energy intensive and change the area. So I'm pleased that with officers' decision there.
Thank you. Anyone? Just there seems to be an issue, but we are still streaming. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Chris. Okay, now? Yeah. Again? Yes. We were fine till you came, Toby, honestly. No. So, are we still streaming or not?
We've been streaming the entire
Right, so we are still streaming. Right, so, members, that's that item. The next item is item 12, item 11, which is Alstonecroft Planning Process Overview Report. This item is restricted, and I'd like to ask Toby to explain to us why it's restricted, and then we'll vote on whether we want to exclude members of press and public from this part of the meeting. Toby.
Thanks, Chair. This is a confidential item, effectively because the item takes members through a planning process associated with...
Sorry to interrupt you, Toby. Would you mind moving your pink paper off the desk? The camera's looking at it. It's not showing yet, but...
It takes members through the planning process, including pre-app, planning application, appeal, and leads members into the a live judicial review. And there are matters in here that are confidential because members and officers need time and space to discuss some of the issues that have arisen out of this application. More generally, it is still a live proposal with legal proceedings that have commenced between the Friends of Paradise Nature Reserve and DLUC on behalf of in relation to the inspector's decision notice. So that's the reason why it's confidential, Chair.
Thank you, Toby. That's clear. Any questions on that, members? Yes, Councillor Bennett.
I do support us having a confidential discussion about this, but I think at some point we're going to have to consider whether we can have a public one as well.
Thank you for that. Any more? No, in that case, then, can members confirm that they are willing to have this discussion as a confidential conversation and turn off the live stream and exclude any members of press and public? I don't think they're here anyway, are they, from the meeting? So all those in favour of that?
That's agreed, Chair.
Okay, it's anonymous. Thank you very much. So if you want to turn off the live stream, then please.